Good evening. It is 6 p.m. on April 3rd, 2025. We will call this regular meeting of the Township Board of the Charter Township of Meridian to order. First on our agenda this evening is the Pledge of Allegiance. Will those who are able please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we go into roll call, I'll ask that we have a brief moment of silence to respect and honor the woman who was the victim of a hit and run this week on Grand River Avenue. Thank you. I wish her a speedy recovery. Our next agenda item this evening is roll call. Will Clerk Demas please call the roll? I'm sorry, Deputy Clerk Gordon, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hendrickson.
Here.
Clerk Demas. Here. Treasurer Duchesne.
Here.
Trustee Lentz.
Here.
Trustee Sundlin. Here. Trustee Trezise.
Here.
Trustee Wilson. Here. All board members are present.
Thank you very much. Next agenda item is agenda item 4, presentations. We have none. Next on our agenda is item 5, citizens address agenda items and non-agenda items. There are several opportunities for public comment at tonight's meeting. We have a lot of public here. Thank you for joining us. Members of the public who wish to address our agenda or any item not on our agenda will have an opportunity to do so here at the beginning of the meeting, as well as near the end of the meeting after our agenda is complete. Those who wish to address the board must complete a small white piece of paper located on the table near the door and present the card to the board or a member of the township staff prior to the public comment period. When it's your turn, the supervisor, that's me, will call you up to the speaker, call up the next speaker to the podium to speak to the topics indicated. While it's not required, it is helpful for the sake of our meeting minutes if you provide your name and address for the record at the beginning of your remarks. Citizens are required to limit comments to 3 minutes. An automated system will keep track of the time, and an audible beep will alert you when your time has expired. The members of the board value the public comment and input. And the meeting format and rules, however, do restrict board members from engaging in conversation with commenters or answering questions directly. Questions and concerns may be addressed by board members at a later time in the meeting or may be referred to a member of the township staff to follow up on. Please address all comments to the board and or the board's chair and not to individual board members or to others in the audience. With that said, we do have a number of public comment requests. First this evening is Brad Shaw, followed by Jane Charrett. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Brad Shaw, 4504 Dobie Road, talking about the Dobie Road rezoning. Last meeting, we heard from one board member, you may not love the notice requirements of the master plan, and you may not love that some folks got involved in the master plan's update and some didn't. This is a very low bar for meeting the public interest. You know that the people that were there had an agenda, and you know that the people who were against that agenda were never invited there. The public notice for a master plan is not the same as a public notice for rezoning. You have pretended that you have rezoned property from institutional to residential with proper public notification. You can't show that you've done that. You have not done that. So it is odd that we are now moving from residential to high-density residential when you never did anything properly getting from institutional to residential. There were 2 party tricks. They were clever, but you did not legally rezone that property from institutional to residential. I noticed in the resolution, you included the 2-year limit, and in the notice, you did not. It would be nice if you could add those three words to the notice, so that's clear, if you go that way. Throughout this whole process, I have never been notified by the Meridian Township on anything. I've had people, doing core samples in my front lawn. I'm directly involved here. This is a very important issue to me, and I've gotten no meaningful communication. I've asked in emails that I be notified. So I am here primarily to beg you that as soon as you get the site plan, that you notify me, okay? That's an easy request. I have a right to review that as soon as you have it. Do not wait until 48 hours before I have to give 3 minutes on the subject, okay? That is my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Charrett, followed by Suzanne Lealoa. Thank you.
Jane Chirek, 6221 Bridgewater Circle, East Lansing. I'm here to support the standalone senior center on behalf of myself and my husband, John. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Lealoa, and then Steve Vegnosi.
Hi, everybody. Suzanne Lealoha, and I live in Lake of the Hills in Hazlet. And I also am representing a fellow Senior Center Advisory Board member that she wasn't able to be here tonight. She did send an email to everyone, but I wanted the public to also hear it, and I talked with her. She said it was okay. Is that all right to do this, to read that?
Please.
She lives in Okemos, and I can never pronounce her last name. It's Sonia, forgive me, Borisweski. Okay. And both of us support the standalone senior center. And some of the reasons that both of us are very interested in this supporting it is that, one, the operating costs for a full senior community center are estimated to be 2.5 times higher than those for the standalone senior center. B, building costs are estimated to be roughly 500 square feet, $500 per square foot. $10,000 square foot would utilize the entirety of the $5 million grant that we've been provided. Greatly expanding the center's footprint would gravely necessitate higher fees and taxes. C, personnel requirements for a complete senior center, community center are estimated to be 10.3 positions versus 3.8 for a standalone senior center. D, income projections from 100% program space usage have no real-world basis. And finally, seniors have repeatedly raised concerns about entryways and parking. The full senior community center concept does not specifically nor adequately address those concerns. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Vegnosi, and then Barb O'Kelly.
With your permission, I'd rather go after Barb in terms of what the comments are, so there's no confusion.
Okay. Barbara?
It'll make sense.
Thank you. I'm Barbara O'Kelly from 2576 Wood Hill Drive. I'm a member of the advisory board to the current Meridian Senior Center. As you've heard, and I hope have read in an email I sent last week, the advisory board supports the concept of a standalone senior center. And furthermore, we oppose the combined center as it's been presented by the SCC task force. The advisory board met again yesterday, and we have a specific request. We ask the township board to charge the staff and the consultants to bring you at the next meeting revised plans for the standalone senior center and the combined senior center or combined community center with two changes. First, the community center should be consolidated into a rectangle. As I think you'll see later tonight when the consultants make their presentation, the L-shaped senior portion would mean that users of the community meeting rooms would need to go through the senior center to get to their rooms, or else make a very awkward detour around part of the senior center in order to get to the community meeting rooms. Second, the community center should have a separate entrance from the senior center with parking reconfigured. The advisory board and our members, senior center members, would be very happy to meet with the police and to hear their concerns regarding having two entrances and discuss ways to address the problems. We note that plans call for entry to the senior center to be via key card, and the staff will be present to monitor that entrance whenever the senior center is open. Presumably, separate community center staff would be present whenever there are activities in that portion, so oversight of two entrances would seem quite doable with the proposed personnel. We very much hope that we have an opportunity to work with the township staff and the consultants on refining plans for both the exterior footprint and the interior space of a new senior center, whether it's standalone for now or as part of a combined senior and community center. I'll be happy to answer any questions later tonight or individually later. And thank you very much for your consideration and for working on providing a new senior center for us.
Thank you. Steve Vagnozzi and Beth Bechtel.
Steve Vagnozzi from Riverwood Park in Okemos. I want to make it clear that I'm speaking at this point for myself and not representing the senior board. I'm concerned about the additional cost of the community center in addition to the senior center. The building cost is 3.5 times what the cost of a standalone senior center is. It is estimated, based on the information that you have in your packet, that the building cost for a combined center and senior center will be somewhere between $27 and $30 million. In addition to that, the operating budget for the combined center is 2.5 times that of the standalone senior center, or about $850,000 a year. The combined center generates about 2 times the income, but the cost is much higher. We also, as everybody's watched the stock market today, the economic outlook is not rosy in this country right now. We have an issue. We have a $5 million grant that has a time clock running. We can't afford in this environment to let that lapse. So my recommendation, my personal recommendation, is that we proceed now with only the senior center and revisit the combined community center addition in the future. The amount of cost that will take to operate the combined center, I am not convinced that the voters of Meridian Township will approve, and we can't risk senior center without a home. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Bechtel, and then Cecilia Kramer.
Beth Bechtel, Hazlitt, Michigan. Dear Meridian Township Board members, first, I want to again commend and thank the board for being fiscally and financially responsible to the Meridian Township residents last August 8th, 2024, when the board voted no on the very large and extremely expensive Yonkers Community Center at approximately 40,000 total finished square feet, approximately $2 million annual operating costs per year, and approximately $78 million in total initial cost over 20 years. Second, I respectfully ask that the board continue being fiscally responsible to the Meridian Township residents with their upcoming decision regarding the 2 task force proposal. Please keep in mind from ushousingdata.com, out of the total 83 Michigan counties, that Ingham County has the highest property tax rate. Additionally, from taxrates.org, I quote, Ingham County has one of the highest median property taxes in the United States and is ranked 222nd of 3,143 counties in the order of median property taxes, end quote. Since Meridian Township is located within Ingham County, whether owning a home or renting, Meridian Township residents are bearing the heavy financial burden of the highest Ingham County property tax rates in the state of Michigan. Additionally, from last month's March 18th Meridian Township Board meeting packet, specifically on the last page 338, Meridian Township is currently at 8.0629 tax mills, which is almost at the 10 tax mills upper limit, excluding debt. Please note as well, with the economic reality of ongoing inflation over the last several years, and that continues, our property tax assessments have risen by the maximum 5% for 2023 and 2024 calendar years. And before that, 3.3% in 2022 calendar year, and just recently, 3.1% in the 2025 calendar year. These high inflation rate multipliers on our property assessments have placed a very heavy financial tax burden on the Meridian Township residents these last 4 years. As a result, keeping in mind all these property cost factors, Meridian Township residents have been and are very currently overwhelmed with our overall high and exorbitant property taxes. In your upcoming decision with the 2 task force proposals, this newly constructed facility will forever significantly financially impact the Meridian Township residents now and into the future for perpetuity. I ask the board to choose an option that is lowest in the cost. Please, no more millages, because the Meridian Township residents are currently very overwhelmed with their very high property taxes and cannot bear these rising property tax financial burdens. So again, I respectfully ask the board members to please remain steadfast and continue to place primary and utmost importance on being fiscally and financially responsible to the Meridian Township residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Cecilia Kramer, and then Kathy Yenich.
Good evening. I rise this evening to talk about action item number 12, which is the rezoning of the Dobie Road parcel. And you'll have to help me out here, because you have before you this evening an ordinance dealing with the former Faith Lutheran Church parcel now owned by Fedewa Development. This ordinance deals with the rezoning of the parcel. Here's where I'm confused. To me, the zoning of a parcel question deals with a request on how the parcel might be developed that would augment the master plan that the township has. The question before you should be, how will the proposed zoning change meet the goals of the township as outlined in the master plan? But at this point, it seems to me we have drifted way off into site plan review land. Issues of size of easements, number of buildings, their heights, locations, etc. And that being said, among one of the concerns brought up was the issue of stormwater runoff and the concerns that the Seneca neighbors may have problems with stormwater running into their backyards, in addition to with the addition of the additional hardscape in the project. Stormwater runoff concerns have resulted in a redesign on a sketch plan for the property to remain in the Spross drainage district and have a positive outlet into a storm system via pipe. Faith Lutheran Church has agreed to entertain an easement proposal across the back corner of our parcel through the woods for this purpose. But back to my earlier point, what you, the board, have before you is the concept of how the land is best to be used in the future to meet the township's goals as defined by that master plan. The location is walkable, near shopping, township pathway system, adjacent to a bus stop, accessible water and sewer systems, location on a major roadway, and most important, adjacent to and kitty corner from multiple housing zonings and density that makes it a natural parcel to be a multiple housing RD density zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Yenich. and then Julie Stauffer.
Hi, I'm Kathy Yensich. I live at 809 Piper Road in Hazlet, and I am totally in support of a standalone senior center, and so are my friends that are here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Stauffer, and then Jerry Fedewa.
I'm Julie Stauffer, 2370 Shawnee Trail, and I'm in support of the standalone senior center. As prices continue to rise throughout our country, it is imperative to keep the fees and property taxes at a lower rate for those who struggle financially. Meridian Township needs to be fiscally responsible to its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Fedewa, and then Paul Shimkos.
Good evening, board members. I'm here before you this evening in support of the Dobie Road rezoning. Last time when we met in March, and you all voted 4-3 to approve this, I went home and the next day we hired civil engineer and we hired the surveyors. And so we have a survey for the plan. We have a general plan for the site, and we've been working on floor plans and trying to get this whole thing together to present. And I had heard that that really wasn't the vote, that the vote is tonight. And so I'm here to support that, and hopefully the four that had voted for it are still for it, and possibly the ones that didn't may decide to vote for it, only because that you might have a unanimous decision, and I would hope that. And, so I would just say to stand your ground, and if that you think that the planning department, the commission did the right thing, we certainly think the planning commission did the right thing, and we think that your vote in late March was the right decision, and it brings in possibly 32 new homes, rental units inside the township that is close to what the walkable community, the bus stop, all the utilities. It's an infill project. And whenever you're working with an infill project, you're going to have neighbors. And, we understand that if you're a neighbor next door, that you don't want your forest to change. And it's a tough thing, but we have agreed to stay substantially away from the back property line and only have 2 stories for the back 2 buildings. So, and there is site plan review. We welcome the neighbors to participate in that. But you'll find that we are a friendly and workable developer that will make sure that we satisfy most people's conditions and situation. And I know that you've heard a lot about it, and so thank you this evening.
Thank you. Paul Shimkos, and then Jean McDonald.
Good evening. I'm Paul Shimkis. I live at 2568 Dustin Road, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my wife to support the Independent Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean McDonald, and then Joe Hessinger.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jean McDonald. I live at 2019 Lac Dumont in Hazlet, and I am a representative from the Senior Advisory Board here in Meridian Township. We have spent a lot of time talking about the different plans, having discussions with different people, and the board or our committee is firmly in favor of a single building at this time. We would like to see that there be an additional entrance with the parking, so that if in the future that there is money to have a community center, that it can be added on, and it would not be everybody coming through one entryway. That it would be wiser and spend less money if you could do that at this time. Also, we would like to be involved in the planning of the individual rooms for which different activities are planned, and to be able to sit in on that before the plans are finalized. And so we want to continue to be involved with everything that's going on. We feel it's very important for the community to have this. One concern and question that I have personally is that when I moved here over 20 years ago, I was so proud of Meridian Township that you had a ruling about preservation of land, of wetlands. And I look around now over the last few years, and the wetlands are disappearing. When people buy up the property, such as Costco or other places, there is no provision in there to prevent any the decimation of the animal's life that's around there. I wish you would please take another look at that. If you've done away with that, we would like you to I would like you very much to consider preserving the wetlands and the beautiful land that we have all around us. But thank you for letting us speak.
Thank you. Joe Hessinger, and then Bonnie Jordan. And that is the last card I have. If anyone else would like to speak, please fill out a card and get it to us very quickly.
One of the things I learned as you get old is not for sissies. Things happen to you. Things hurt that never hurt before. Memories that you had really go back a long time ago, but yesterday might not be there. So one of the places that I've enjoyed since I've lived here, and I've lived here for 5 years at 5702 Woodmont in Haslett, is the senior citizens. We play euchre on Wednesday. We play other games during the week. We have a place where we can belong, and people understand us. They don't laugh because I walk funny, or they don't, it's just, you'll see. We need to take care of the seniors. They're the ones that built this country, and so thank you.
Thank you very much. Bonnie Jordan.
I'm Bonnie Jordan, and I'm not even a member of this township. I live in Lansing. I'm on the board of a condominium complex there. I have talked to 29 people today, and I could talk to more. All of the phone numbers on here and all of the names are in high support of the standalone senior center. It's like a family there, and I know one lady who's just gone to Williamstown. She's not happy with it. She's coming back to us again. I know another senior who I pay extra. I pay more than what 2 people pay. She does too. She comes from 15 miles way over at the airport. The CATA picks her up late sometimes, brings her there early sometimes, but she can fit right into the jazzercise group that's watching us, and it's just like family there. So I do jazzercise 2 days a week, yoga 1 day a week. We have euchre. I was there back in the 90s when we did trampoline on the rebounding. And all of these people, I could name all of them. It's like I know them like brothers and sisters. And I simply think that right now we can't, well, I can't, I'm not paying your taxes, but all of these people, there are only 4 of them out of the 29 who aren't Meridian Township residents, and they all voiced concerns about taxes and not even having supplies to do this once it gets started, and the money is there now, so they feel strongly that it needs to be the standalone support of the senior center. And I can leave this with you, but it is their wish that it would be a standalone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that the Okemos High School, the Okemos schools have had us there for as long as they have, because it is truly like family.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed at 6:30 PM. Next on our agenda is item 6, the Township Manager Report. Manager Dempsey.
Yes, good evening, board members. So just one item to bring up this evening, and that's the joint meeting that's scheduled for April 29th. When we scheduled that, we didn't realize the County Board of Commissioners had adjusted their entire April schedule to be shifted a week. So it there's a conflict with the Board of Commissioners meeting. Rather than reschedule the meeting, because we're already getting RSVPs from our other governmental partners and school district partners, we'll continue to have that meeting, and then we'll establish probably a second meeting to meet with our Board of Commission members separately. If that's agreeable to everybody. That's our plan. So I'll have Michelle reach out to everyone to sort of pull people, but just wanted to make you aware of that. So, other than that, I was an attendee this week at the Michigan Townships Association Conference for a couple of days. So picked up some good tips along. I'm sure some of the board members who were there are going to comment on that. But good session. Got to connect with a lot of people and learn about some innovative things that maybe we can adopt or borrow, as we say in the industry. So thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Manager Dempsey? Yes, Trustee Lentz.
Thank you, Supervisor. Manager, I wanted to ask a couple questions to either you, or maybe this might be better for Mr. Opsimer, who with Public Works, but specifically related to the incident outside of Campus Hill Apartments on Tuesday, and really just have a better understanding for both myself and members of the public about what exactly our role as a township government is in that. So again, if you'd like to answer, or Dan, with this being a state road, I had heard from residents prior to this happening that they were interested in some additional protections being put in for pedestrians, considering the pride we take with the MSU to Lake Lansing Trail, which is right there. Can you somewhat quickly, I know we have a long meeting here, explain what exactly the limitations we have as a township in any projects?
Yeah, happy to do that. So briefly, it essentially boils down to, as you indicated, this is a state trunk line. Michigan Department of Transportation does control it. So in terms of any improvements, they have to go through their standard processes, which can be quite detailed. They have a standard set of specifications for everything from lane widths to road crossings, signalization. All of that is very prescribed. However, the township can potentially influence that, going through sort of their processes to recommend certain improvements. They typically do very robust studies to make sure it meets their criteria. Example of that would be our Corridor Improvement Authority has looked at what are known as RRFBs. Those are the rectangular signs that you see for pedestrians that have the rapid flashing beacons. So those are tools that we've talked about through our CIA to add as an element of a safety measure on the corridor. So that's something that's been in the works. But again, that will have to go through an extensive process. And at the end of the day, the Michigan Department of Transportation will have to approve that. So we are very limited in that, again, for direct control, but there is a process that, again, we can follow and go through to hopefully add additional safety measures, as an example.
I appreciate that explanation. As someone who has unfortunately been hit while on a bicycle by a couple of vehicles over the years, it is a scary situation, and I know we on the board are all wishing the best for the young lady who was hit, and really anything we can do, even if it is just trying to compel MDOT, I think we should really look into those avenues, so I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was my only thing.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we move on to agenda item 7, board member reports of activities and announcements. Any board members with reports of activities and announcements between our last meetings? Trustee Wilson.
I attended, it was last Tuesday, along with Manager Dempsey and Treasurer Duchesne, the Capital Area District Library Community Meeting. which was really interesting because they they wanted to know what people in the community liked about their community first, and then about their library. So they'll be publishing information about what their new strategic plan looks like within the next few months, and I'm glad we had the opportunity to give some feedback to that group.
Trustee Lentz.
In the interest of, again, this long meeting, I won't go into everything I learned over the past couple days at the MTA conference, but I did want to point out that last week I was lucky enough to spend a full day with the Tri-County Regional Planning Commission, which I serve as a commissioner on through this board, and truly only received glowing reviews about Meridian Township. So, everyone here in this room, I guess I would let you know that as far as an environmental community, we are the gold standard in this area. I think we all see that. And when it comes to transportation and, capital improvements, considering the limitations on townships, I learned plenty of things, but it was encouraging to hear that Meridian is doing what we can to be a great community. So I was really fortunate to do that. And thank you to my boss for letting me take the day off to be a good board member.
Other board members. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes, also, I want to mention the library meeting was a very good meeting. Got lots of feedback from Cattle, good and bad, and they were curious about the community as a whole. Lots of people shared about the larger Meridian community. MTA conference was very useful again this year. There were approximately 10 different seminars they was able to attend, or meetings able to attend. Good information on township governance, finance, and even zoning regulations that we should consider. As Manager Dempsey said, townships are very free to borrow from each other. And we heard lots of ideas we might want to borrow in the future. So as appropriate, we'll be sharing those with the rest of the board.
Okay, thank you. Other board members. Clerk Demas.
Last week I attended the Communications Commission along with Manager Dempsey, and just a couple discussion items. We discussed talking about universal connectivity in Meridian Township, looking at those avenues, and then going over the Communications Commission's, their policies and procedures. That's it.
Terrific. Thank you. Trustee Summerland.
Yeah, and I would just like to add, I did attend the Michigan Township Association meeting as well. It's always so nice to be able to just connect with other people and other townships and get their perspective on growth and on, where they're going, what ideas they have. It was so just beneficial to listen and gain that information. So I just wanted to say it was a great conference.
Very good. Others? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to our next agenda item. Our next agenda item is item 8, approval of the agenda. I would ask whoever makes the motion this evening to consider moving item 13D up to 13B, so that our applicants who are here on behalf of item 13D do not need to sit through our discussion on our internal policy documents, as that could prove lengthy. So if I would ask for consideration for that, if we could. And we have a motion on the agenda this evening. Trustee Wilson.
I move the agenda with the addendum that we move 13D up above 13B.
Do we have a second? Supported by Trustee Trezise. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, next on our agenda is item 9, the consent agenda. We have a number of items on our consent agenda this evening, including communications with the board. For those of you who did communicate with the board, as I know a number of you did after Friday, when the packet was created, those communications will be included in our next packet. So please, you can watch out for those in our next packet before our April 15th meeting. We have two sets of minutes. One that is our March 18th, 2025 regular township minutes. We also have in front of us closed session minutes from our December 14th, 2023 meeting. Board members, if you'd like to take a moment to review those, if you have not already, prior to voting on the consent agenda, this would be a good time. And we will collect those after the vote. We also have our bills, some reappointments to the Lake Lansing Advisory Committee, and a release of easement for Library 1802, page 79, and Library 1802, page 80. Any motion on the consent agenda? Trustee Wilson.
Move the consent agenda.
Support. Supported by Trustee Lentz. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Deputy Clerk Gordon will please call the roll.
Clerk Demas?
Yes.
Trustee Sumlin?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane?
Yes.
Trustee Lentz?
Yes.
Trustee Trezise?
Yes.
Supervisor Hendrickson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Okay, board members, at this time, if you could please pass your manila folders over to the clerk. Thank you. Make sure we've got 7 of those. Okay. Next on our agenda is item 10, questions for the attorney. We have none. Hearings, we have none. That brings us to item 12A, our first action item, or only action item of the evening, which is ordinance 2025-03, to rezone vacant W Road parcel ID number 33-0202-22-454-003, RAA one family low density residential to RD multiple family residential up to 8 units per acre, subject to a conditional rezoning agreement for final adoption. Whew, that's a mouthful. And with us this evening, we have Director Schmidt. What have you got for us, Director Schmidt?
Nothing specific to add to the previous discussion. As directed by the board, we did publish the notice of intent to adopt in the newspaper. So this is able to be adopted, approved for final adoption this evening. As a reminder, the 2 conditions of approval on this would limit the density on the site to a total of 4 buildings, 32 units, and it would increase the rear yard setback adjacent to the neighboring residential property to 100 feet for the buildings. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any, but that's where I would leave it this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, any discussions or motions to be made at this time? We have talked about this. Trustee Trezise.
I move to adopt the resolution approving ordinance 2025-03, an ordinance to rezone a vacant parcel on Dobie Road, parcel ID 33-02-02-22-454-003 from RAA, one family low density residential to RD, multiple family residential up to 8 units per acre, subject to a conditional rezoning agreement.
It's been moved by Trustee Trezise. Do we have a second?
Support.
Supported by Trustee Wilson. Any discussion on the motion? Treasurer DeShane.
Question for Director Schmidt. The residents who have been opposed to this have been opposed to it because of the issues that concern about drainage, concern about density, concern about traffic. But I think the one that really is the hardest for them to swallow is the process that's involved here. What can we do in the future to make sure we don't ever do this again where certain parties get a chance to comment and other parties are not informed that this is a discussion topic that will impact them, as happened here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a great question, and that's a problem that planners have struggled with since the dawn of time, is getting people to come out and talk about things when they're not directly adjacent to their backyard. Certainly with the next master plan update, we'll take another crack at public engagement and further enhance that to try and get more people involved. And off the top of my head, I don't have an answer for you, because if I did, I'd be the richest planner in the world. But that's really where it starts, is we need more people to be involved with the actual planning process.
But the people that weren't informed this time, it literally did abut against their property off of Seneca, and they were not informed, correct?
Yeah, so typically there is not it's unique that we had a very finite number of changes to our future land use map that we could outline in such specificity in the plan. Typically, there's changes all over the place, and you're changing designations, and you're really doing broader-based planning. I think the unique situation here was because it was coming out of COVID, we didn't do a whole lot of changes. So normally, I would tell you that, okay, well, notifying everyone that this affects would be about half the township because you're changing this designation and it affects properties throughout the township. Certainly in this case, we could have reached out directly to the neighbors. That's certainly something we could have done. And in the future, if there are specific changes like this, that's certainly something that we will consider.
It makes the whole process seem suspect of these neighbors, that the two parties that were going to benefit from this had full access, and the others weren't even informed that it was a discussion.
To be clear, everyone in the township had full access. I was begging people to come.
Anyway, the process stinks in this case. And I understand the residents being really upset, not with the decision, but the way we got to the decision that they felt excluded from it. Thank you.
Okay. Other board members for the discussion? Trustee Wilson.
When we come to the juncture of site plan review, what is the notification process for that? Are any of the adjacent neighbors notified?
So I don't know specifically yet because I don't have specific square footages of buildings to tell you what the process is going to be. I can tell you that if it does trigger the square footage requirement for a special use permit, then everyone will be notified within 300 feet, as is normally the case. If it does not trigger that, there is no public notification requirement.
What is the square footage requirement?
25,000?
So if it comes under 25,000, there's no noticing requirement.
Correct.
If it's over, it would come back to this board, right?
It would come back to this board.
Yes.
I believe the site plan and the availability to review it are published. They just aren't directed individually to property owners.
There's no, from a site planning perspective, there's no public notice requirement for a basic site plan.
You don't post it on the website?
I mean, we try to post everything on the website, yes. I mean, as a general rule of practice, we do, but there's no requirement.
Okay,
to do so.
all right. Then I'm in error.
I think to Treasurer DeShane's point, I understand that if we make dozens of changes to the future land use map, it's impractical to try to reach out to every neighbor for every change. In this particular case, given the sentiment that the public is expressing, while there is no noticing requirement, perhaps when the site plan review is scheduled, we could notify the surrounding neighborhood to the 300 feet or whatever the standard is for other noticing, like for this rezoning, that there is a site plan occurring so that they can have an opportunity to be a part of that process. Could we do that as a matter of practice, not requirement for this particular one?
Yeah, I can, yes, I would like to think about how that works because it's just an internal process, right? Just my guys sitting at their desks doing their jobs. There's not like a meeting that would happen.
Really? I feel like in the past, there have been in previous iterations, some kind of a public meeting relating to site plan review, is there not?
There was, and that was removed from the ordinance as part of the redevelopment ready communities update in 2023.
I see.
I can certainly notify and staff will, understanding the sentiment, we will come up with a solution for this property.
I think that would be helpful to rebuild some of the trust with the neighbors that I think Treasurer DeShane was hinting at was bent at the very least as a part of the process. Understanding, of course, that everyone is welcome and in fact encouraged to take part in the master plan, but also understanding that they may not have realized that it was affecting a parcel near them. Trustee Lenz.
Thank you. Thinking about the times and lives of everyone in this room and in the township who doesn't always keep up with everything that the township is posting, can you illuminate a little bit as a new trustee the timeline that a member of the public would be able to see a consideration for a master plan change and voice their support or displeasure at either to this board or to the commission that might be doing the rough draft process?
Yeah, I mean, so certainly that's what the planning commission exists for, is to take that feedback at any time and have it ready for when we do a formal update of the plan. I mean, we had people coming to us prior to the master plan actually being sort of open, if you will. In theory, you can do an update to the master plan at any point. Practically in Michigan, no one does them anymore until the 5 years is up, because when the state law was changed, the process for making an update to the plan became somewhat cumbersome. So under state law, technically you need to do it every 5 years. So we will be looking at our plan again in 2028, consistent with the expiration of our 2023 update. And as I've stated multiple times to the planning commission and the board and the public, that's likely to be a much larger overhaul, right? Because we will be well clear of the pandemic by then. And I think by then, we will see that we are largely a brownfield community at that point. There'll be little to no greenfield development left. And so communities in that nature, in that realm, naturally have different planning efforts than communities that are just build the next subdivision kind of thing. So the next realistic update is probably kicking off in fall of '28.
Thank you. I think us all as a board, considering that will be a year that, in theory, we will all still be on this board, thinking ahead to our township board goals of 2028, making sure that communication is still key and high up on that list of goals would only benefit us and the township residents.
Any further discussion?
I would only add just to follow up on one of the items that the public did mention, that if the maker of the motion would just be clear that the expectation is that this would be for a 2-year period, and that it would be, it was part of our previous motion, just to make it part of this motion as well, and make sure that we're on the same.
I would amend the motion and seek support to add information in the motion that this is a 2-year rezoning. If construction has not begun within that 2-year period, then it will revert back to RA, single-family residential.
I support that amendment.
Okay. Well, we'll take it as an actual amendment then. So all those in favor of the amended motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion has been amended, and now on the main motion. The motion before us is to rezone the parcel in question on Dobie Road from RAA to RD with a conditional rezoning agreement and a 2-year clock. Deputy Clerk Gordon, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Lentz?
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin?
No.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Trezise?
Yes.
Clerk Demas?
No.
Treasurer DeShane?
No.
Supervisor Hendrickson?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-3.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're about to get into our senior and community center. That might be a decently long presentation. So we'll, without objection, we'll take a 5-minute recess and be back here at 7 o'clock. Meeting's just flying by. All right, next on our agenda is item 13A, the Senior and Community Center. So I'm going to start with a brief discussion because we did not have our final presentation from the Senior and Community Center Task Force, whereupon I will turn things over to Director Schmidt and our two consultants who are here from Progressive, who will talk to us a little bit more about the site and the program. And then I believe Deputy Manager Opsmer and Director Wazinski are floating around to talk about the operations and staffing plans as they've been presented as well. And hopefully I didn't leave anyone out. We also, for the members of the public and those at home, we do have a number of large easels and pictures for you to peruse. If you do choose to do so during our discussion, I'll ask that you please do so quietly so that we can continue to have our board discussion and we try to be as non-disruptive as possible. So, the Senior Center Task Force has been meeting since September of last year. They have met monthly, which means they've met 7 times over the course of the last 7 months to go over a number of topics that are resulted in the recommendation that they made to the recommendations that they made to the board at our March meeting. And we considered, I think, 12 sites, maybe 14 sites before winnowing down to the Central Fire Station site, which is what you can see on the diagrams around the room. They considered what hours the buildings might be open in either a senior or senior and community center plan. We talked about, we did a couple of design charrettes, both here in the Township Hall room and over at the current senior center to learn what programs and programming would be interested, that those public members would be interested in seeing. And we also heard from our township staff as to what it would take to staff and operate those buildings. At our last meeting, the task force did recommend several recommendations. The task force recommended the site of the Central Fire Station, which by the time we got to March was the only remaining site available. We recommended the operations plans as provided and staffing plans as provided by Deputy Manager Opsmer and Director Wazinski. We also recommended one of the two concept plans, and that's what you see in the pictures around the room here today and in our packet. There was another option with the senior center on the northern side of the building, and the task force decided that that was not the ideal positioning that we were hoping to see on the site. And then we recommended the program, which is essentially the square footage and rooms distribution for a senior center only proposal, which did pass unanimously, and a senior and community center program proposal, which passed by a vote of 8-1, I believe. And so what we see before us in our packet tonight are the results of those recommendations and those 7 months of work. I do want to caution us on a couple of things. Our intent is for this not to come up for a vote at this meeting or our next meeting, but bring it for a final vote at our first meeting in May, which is May 8th. So please, be aware of that as a matter of planning as we move forward. So we're not making a decision for the folks in the room today. We're not making a decision today. Today is initial discussion. We'll have further discussion at our April 15th meeting, and then a final decision on May 8th, which is a Thursday again. And I will make one more point of caution. The pictures that we see around the room and in the packet are for demonstration purposes only. They are concept plans, and they are subject to change. And so I would be very careful not to get wed to what we see here in the pictures. What the board will have to do is decide whether to move forward with basically the size and square footage of the buildings on this site, because they do incur some costs to build and operate. And then we'll have to make a decision about how we fund this project moving forward. And that's part of the discussion that we'll get into over the next several meetings as well. But the layouts of this building, specifically in the pictures that you see before you, are all fungible until basically shovels go in the ground if we choose to move forward with either of these two projects. So please be aware of that as we're discussing this as well. With that, I'll turn things over to Director Schmidt and our staff to walk through the memo and the presentation.
Thank you. So in distilling down the 7 months of work that the task force and staff and our consultants put in, I functionally, tried to structure this in a way that we can review it in essentially 6 pods of information. The site, the building, so the building site itself, and then the building layout on that site, and the building program, what's in the building, and then programming, revenue, and operations and staffing are sort of interlinked, so they get talked about together. And so I'm going to kick us off with the building site because, candidly, it turned out to be the easiest in the long run. As the supervisor mentioned, we did review at least a dozen sites publicly, and internally we've reviewed a lot more. We have ensured that there is not a stone left unturned in trying to evaluate potential location for this senior center or senior community center, depending on which path we went. And as the supervisor mentioned, the ultimate decision of the task force's recommendation was the space between the fire station and the post office on Central Park Drive. And that's what the layouts in the packet show, is utilizing that space. That is a space we had previously done a wetland delineation on. We knew we had enough upland space there to do it. And so the other sites that were discussed were eliminated largely at the October meeting of the task force, where we discussed them at length. We did make an offer to purchase one of the sites at a aggressive market rate based on an appraisal we ordered. They chose not to accept or respond to our offer in any tangible way, as they believe it's worth substantially more. And we moved on from that site as it was no longer financially viable. And so we ended up with the site that it originally was purchased for this type of use. If you go back through the history of the township, this property was actually purchased for library community center type use. So it's a bit of a full circle moment for us here. And once we settle on that, that is when Progressive and our partners, Brendan and Adam, were able to really get into the nuts and bolts of how do we lay this out on the site. And so this is the point where I turn it over to the gentleman standing behind me to talk about the building layout and the building program.
Thank you very much. My name is Brendan Ozunian. I'm with Progressive Companies, and we're honored to be here again to present this to you. So a couple things, again, and I greatly appreciate the intro as far as these being conceptual, and I want to reiterate that fact as well again here, that part of our process, the design process that we work through, is we have to go back and forth as we're working through programming, what needs to be in the space, what are the wants and the needs that go into the space, and then marry that up with, what potential overall budgets, what the site looks like, what the site parameters will allow you to do, where, how much can you build on, or where can you, how can that work? And then really then work that all together into an overall plan, which is, again, very conceptual, and it's going to change. There are going to be changes on this moving forward. Regardless of which one is chosen at the end of the day, it's going to move. And the site's going to move around. There's certain elements that we cannot move, but there's other things that we're going to be able to adjust and make adjustments with. And certainly the building as well is going to do the exact same thing. Please keep that in mind again as we are talking through this. From an overall, when we work through the programming statement, which I don't know if you go to the program statements. The senior center only, as we had gone in through that, there are a few highlights that I wanted to just kind of hit on that one. There's a greeting reception area, and this is going to be the same for both. It will grow a little bit in when there's in a large space or when we have a larger building, but there's that type of an activity in both. They're administrative offices that, again, it's right size for each different type. And then we had many different input sessions that we were able to get a lot of different activity spaces that are in the packet there. And again, I'm not going to belabor the point to go down each and every one of them because we did that through the task force and really worked hard at, which ones need to be, where they need to be, and getting public input and all that. And then, and so those different types of activity spaces, whether they're wellness focused or, small group meetings and different type, very specialized things as well, that are all in there. That building square footage again came up to, and it's a very precise number on here, which again is it's subject to change, but it was 15,000, roughly 600 square feet at the end of that one. The second program that you see which adds the community center, then actually adds a big chunk of that is adding a gym. And that adds a lot of square footage. Obviously, that comes into play with that piece of it. And then there was also a youth activity area that adds another large section of square footage in there. And then a lot of the other types of spaces. And then that one grew to just under 54,000 square feet, as you see in your packets there. So I think what I'd like to do is have Adam go through a little bit on the site plans to kind of show you where this has landed and on the site. Please as well note that there's a big horseshoe, if you will, of there's a 100-year floodplain that more or less kind of envelops the lower half of the site that Adam will probably talk about a little bit. And so there are some boundaries that we have to work within, some parameters, as well as the post office and the fire station in getting this into the space that's here. And then we've also looked at the stormwater that we have to take care of on the site. And we've taken that into account because there is and I'll get to that a little bit further on, a cost implication in what we have to do in order to take care of stormwater. So we've already included that into the planning here as well at a conceptual level, because we still have to do all the calculations and work things through.
Thank you. My name's Adam Hopkins. I'm with Progressive Companies. I'm a senior design architect. The plan that's on the screen is the conceptual plan that we have developed with the committee for the senior only space. If we could zoom out a little bit more, Tim. So in this concept, you can see that the senior only building is set back away from the road, closer to the desirable views of the wetland, and in a more quiet scenario than if it was up near the road. So that was one of the directions that the committee was very keen on. Another aspect of this is having more, as we look at the parking, you can see, and from the graphics that are sprinkled throughout the room, the boards, we're showing where kind of placeholders for future expansion of parking, and if there's a community center included, where those might be. And so what we've got is parking that's for the communities, or for the senior center, that has both some sidewalks that reach out into the parking kind of on both sides, the top and bottom. And then we've got, we've heard from the group of seniors that having parking directly adjacent to the building would be preferred. So we adjusted parking, and again, this is still very conceptual, but in this layout, we're showing, we brought a bunch of parking up very close to the building so that a person that parks can step out of their vehicle and directly onto a sidewalk and up to the door. without having to cross the parking lot. And more than half of the parking spaces in the lot do have that ability to just get out of a vehicle, onto a sidewalk, and then to the door. As Brendan mentioned, the area that shows up in blue on the plan is stormwater mitigation, or it basically taking water from the site and creating a feature on the site where we would have wetland plants and then likely some standing water for a pond. Go ahead and zoom to the plan. So the way the building is organized, it has the administrative functions right up at the front door where they're directly adjacent to the main entry. There's a patio that gives a view into the wetland. So there's indoor and outdoor space that has view to the wetland. And then the first activities going through the layout are the large group activities for like cards, and it's listed, yep, there you go, you just circled it. Even though these bubbles are individual spaces, for example, the fireside room, activity 2, activity lounge, library, that whole zone is likely to be more of a individual room or space. At a previous meeting I mentioned, similar to the way this room is set up, where you have the board in one area and the public in another area and the speaker in another area. If we drew that in a bubble diagram, this room might look like 3 or 4 different bubbles. Similarly, these concept plans don't necessarily mean that each bubble is its own room. They may be working together to create a more cohesive space. So that being said, the activity spaces up that you first arrive and interact with would be the most commonly used spaces. And then some of the activities that are further from the door are the wellness-related activities and the spaces that generate a little more noise with table tennis and billiards, the furthest from kind of the quiet zone. So we have restrooms appropriate for everyone in the building and exiting both out to the parking lot and to a patio, conceptually having a patio that overlooks the wetlands. So that's the large group, or the senior exclusive, senior only building. In this plan, you'll see, and I think many of the people in the here tonight have seen, and it has certainly been made a public document. Again, conceptually, how we might connect a community center and senior center together. The largest square that you see there is a 2-station gymnasium that would give the ability to have basketball and up to 6 indoor pickleball courts. At the top of the plan, closest to the road, is kind of the youth space. So the youth and family spaces are up on the top part of the plan. And then the spaces that support those come down and connect administratively. The seniors administration and community administration connect. And then the spaces that you see planned south of the gym excuse me, are locker rooms and large group spaces. So the intent here is to make the concept plan very easy to navigate and understand where, if you're coming to the facility, where would you go? Coming through the front door, you might take a left to go to the senior center, and a right to go to the gymnasium or the community center. So are there any questions?
We'll hold off on
Okay.
questions till we get the full gamut, I think.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yep.
So one other thing that we had done in trying to come up with just some cost benchmarking is that we had worked through a couple different senior centers that have been recently constructed. And actually there's a Greenville YMCA, which is very similar to this as far as the types of spaces that are in there. So we have, we pulled the information that was out of there. We took it when it was built, we escalated it up to this year, but then we also added another year of escalation. So we're trying to accommodate, like a start of next year or something like that, right? If it's beyond that, then, every year there's more escalation that needs to be added on. But we have tried to accommodate as much as we can with that. And then another one is down in Portage, just south of Kalamazoo, the Zhang Senior Center. And which again gives us there's two different lenses here. There's different types of building materials because the overall budget can be impacted by the types of construction that you utilize as well as the type of materials and finishes that you put into a project. And so we were trying to give a little bit of a range here to know that it can fall somewhere in here. You can certainly go a little bit further, inside or outside of there too, if you go more sparse with finishes and the construction type, or you add on to the, and go a bit more on the higher end of finishes and that kind of a thing, and amenities that are in the space. We talked a lot about the site, with the site that's there. We have added about $1.9 million-ish, guesstimate again at this point to accommodate for all the site work that needs to happen on this site, this location, and the stormwater and other things like that. So we are trying to be good stewards holistically to give you the best information possible so that you have a good feel for a range on where these projects could come in at. And so I guess that's it on the budget side of it. You've got two different kind of ranges as you see at the very bottom of the sheets that are, that are there, if it's just the senior center only or the community center. And again, there's a lot that can go into these that can adjust these numbers, up and down. But these are good ballpark figures to at least make a conceptual decision at this point.
Thank you.
So that's all site-related stuff. Now to get inside the building, Director Wazinski is going to go over some generalized programming and revenue information, and then Deputy Manager Opsmer will talk about sort of the nuts and bolts of the costs and staffing.
Good evening, Board. So we'll move on into types of programming. So looking at what our existing senior center programs, they have a great manager that does a really great job of assessing the needs of the members as well as programming as full as they can within the senior center they have. So their existing programming is fantastic, but I could expect in a new building they could expand some of that programming and maybe add some to that as well. Where it gets a bit different is if we look at a combined community and senior center, where that opens up a lot of opportunity that we currently don't have here in Meridian. Some may know, and I think a lot have heard me talk about our recreation space is very limited in the sense of fields and athletics. So we have minimal amount of baseball fields, minimal amount of, we have 0 indoor facilities, but we partner with our schools. So we have 2 school districts that we partner with consistently. We also work with East Lansing, but most of our basketball comes through Hazlitt schools, and Okemos we share baseball fields and soccer fields with. With the current reconstruction of Chippewa Middle School, we are currently down 5 additional fields and then baseball fields as well as 2 soccer fields. So that's been a little challenging. And as well as basketball, we only have a certain amount of gyms and a certain amount of time. So looking at that as this is how we've been functioning, and it's been working well. There is a significant need for interior space if available. So, for example, if we have a gym that has 2 full-size basketball courts, 6 pickleball courts, and 2 volleyball courts, that allows for a lot more programming. Now, remember, those lay on top of each other, so they're not all happening at the same time. But right now, we have 2 parks that hold pickleball courts, one at Hillbrook, one at Towner. Those pickleball courts are full as long as they're out there right now. They've been out there last week. They wait for the ice to come off the courts. It's a very aggressive group that really enjoys their sport. They would prefer, and I've been asked multiple times, if we had any indoor space. I know that we would be able to fill that space with probably pickleball only. We'll be careful and make sure that we're equitable. Also, looking at basketball, we work really hard to not turn away any kiddo, but when we only have a certain amount of space, sometimes we have to limit our enrollment. So if we had a basketball, we could run leagues, approximately 300 players in a basketball through December through April. Volleyball, we currently don't have any indoor volleyball leagues because we don't have facilities. We do have outdoor sand volleyball leagues that are very, very popular. So we could add in those volleyball as well. Some of the things that we don't offer because we don't have space are camps and clinics. So new sports or sports that aren't something that we regularly program, rugby, cricket, some of those activities could have some drop-in camps available. Currently, Sporties for Shorties, I know everybody's heard of this. Sporties for Shorties, very, very popular. And we do not program in the winter, but we could program all winter long just for Sporties alone. Likely upwards of 500 to 600 kiddos in addition to what we do all season or all summer long. So that would be our athletic facilities and the need for the athletic facilities. Oh, there's one other group that we work with regularly is our 55+ fitness program. And it is a group of individuals that meet at Central Park Pavilion during the summer, 3 days a week. In the winter, we help them coordinate their activities within the Meridian Mall. So to have an indoor facility for them to be able to work their programs, they're certainly pro indoor facility. That would be our athletics. Something else to consider for a need in the township is meeting space. We currently struggle with having meeting space for the entire community. Our Central Fire Community Center or community room is well attended. I did some preliminary numbers, but it's upwards of 30 meetings per month in that facility. So there is much more of a need for these community rooms too. So I want to share that there is a list of HOAs all the way to youth football to, I know, Rotary and Kiwanis. There's MSU, there's all Garden Club, there's all kinds of organizations that are currently not able to find meeting space within the township. So that is where we're kind of at with the actual programming there. Let's see if I missed anything. So for the youth area that's located on the concept plan, another thing that our Parks and Rec Department does not currently do is any enrichment types of programs. So we don't have any drop-in kids classes for art or for, let's say, esports or some of the other activities that we would need indoor space and supplies. So I'll stop there with that is the type of programming that we would expect, and either the senior-only center would stay similar, but would also probably have much opportunity to expand, and then adding in the need of the athletics as well as the community meeting space with a combined community senior center.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisor Hendrickson and board members. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of the operations cost model that we put together for the task force and is summarized in your packet this evening. So the first thing that we did was we looked at all of the costs that we would incur during the first 2 years in which the facility is being constructed. So those costs would comprise gas and electric, water and sanitary sewer, and insurance. And we would utilize the fund balance for any grounds maintenance and the initial network hardware that would be purchased for the construction of the building. And then we looked at years 3 through 20, once we presume we're operating a senior center or a senior and community center. And so on page 4 of your memo, there are 5 buckets of costs. So we've kind of broken it out into those 5 categories: utilities and insurance, IT equipment and infrastructure. So IT equipment and infrastructure is going to be everything from the internet service for the building to the workstations and tablets for the personnel to the backup network connections for cloud hosting and safely storing our servers remotely at a server farm. And then we have the personnel, which the personnel are detailed on page 3 for both options. And then we had the motor pool, buildings and grounds maintenance. So really think of that category as all the costs to keep the facility as close to its condition on day 1 as we possibly can. But also custodial services, sanitary supplies, which can be surprisingly costly at a facility of this nature. Grounds maintenance, snow removal, and then everything that goes into the building from HVAC preventative maintenance to filter changes to electrical issues or plumbing issues. The motor pool contribution would be supporting the additions to our fleet for the personnel that are detailed on page 3. Predominantly a van for programming and moving programming supplies, vehicles for the utility workers, and an additional mower for the fleet for mowing the grounds. And lastly, your 5th bucket there is office supplies, community and event promotion, and programming supplies. The lion's share of that is going to be, your gymnasium costs, right? So all of the equipment that needs to be replaced, from volleyballs to basketballs to volleyball nets and everything that goes into a gym that receives a lot of wear and tear that needs replacement. So generally speaking, those are the 5 kind of broad categories of costs in your packet on page 4. And so total operating cost for the senior center option, we are looking at around $570,000. And total cost for the senior and community center, we are looking at just over $1.4 million for an annual operating budget once the facility has opened to the public. That's a brief overview. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that the board may have when we get to that portion of the agenda item.
Thank you very much.
So I just want to wrap up by saying that is a lot of information, and I'm sure there's a ton of questions. But I just wanted to point out, and everybody's kind of hit on this, but I want to point out a couple of things before we start into the further discussion. One, everything we've done is very conservative on the financial side. We were trying to plan for every scenario possible, and as a planner, it makes my heart proud that we're trying to plan for everything. The idea here is that we have tried to structure this in such a way so we know exactly what this will take so that we can attempt as best as possible to make this general fund neutral. Because the goal is not to have this in a situation where it relies on annual general fund contributions, if at all possible. Because in the long run, in other communities, you see this, that this is a difficult thing to keep open if things get really bad. So we want to make this, if we're going to build the crown jewel of the community, let's make sure the crown jewel of the community is able to operate in perpetuity. And that's what all of our, what all of the projections are trying to do, is get to that idea. And again, just to stress, we are still, there's still a long process we have to go through to get this to construction. Once we sort of cut loose full engineering on the site, right, we'll go through our normal, probably has to go through a special use permit, has to go through a wetland use permit process, right? There's still a lot of public input that needs to be gathered as to how this actually physically starts to take shape. And so I just wanted to reiterate that. I know the supervisors pointed out, we've all pointed out, but it's an important thing to point out that there's at least, off the top of my head, 3 more public hearings on this, probably a 4th, before we even get to the point of saying, let's build it. Let's do construction documents to build it. So it's a long road ahead of us. And with that, everyone is available for any question you might have.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Before we dive into questions, something that I made sure to mention at, I think, almost every senior center task force meeting that we had, was that, we were very fortunate to have received the $5 million appropriation in the state budget a couple of years ago, thanks to our state representatives and our state senator. However, we acknowledge that no matter regardless of whether we choose to move forward with a senior-only plan or a senior and community center-only plan, that $5 million will not be enough to cover the total expense. And so it is important for us and the public and everyone who's, being aware of this, that regardless of whether we choose to go with senior only or senior and community center, there is likely going to need to be a ballot question placed on the ballot to ask the voters for money to put into this project, both for the build, for the initial construction, and for operating costs ongoing. Obviously, the size of that request, it will depend on the decisions that this board makes over the next month. But it is important to recognize that there's no way around having some kind of request of the voters coming up in August if we hope to move forward on this in the time frame that we can use that $5 million from the state. So I just want to be upfront about that, as I've tried to be at every task force meeting that we've had about this, that there will likely need to be some amount of gap funding. And of course, we do intend to pursue any philanthropic funding that we can in order to reduce the cost to voters. It's my hope that we can find generous benefactors who will assist us to bring the overall cost down, so that we don't have to levy any full amount of what we decide to do. But I wanted to at least make sure we've mentioned that prior to getting into the full discussion, so that we can have that in our packets as well for information. So with that, board members, questions that you have of the team that's here before us. I don't know if Brendan and, Adam, right?
Yes.
I don't know if Brendan and Adam are going to necessarily be able to be available to us at each of our next two meetings. So if you have questions for them, this would be a great opportunity to do so.
To that point, our intention was to focus on any building layout, programmatic layout questions this evening while we have them here, so that we can then move more towards conversation on the financial side with staff at our upcoming meetings. So our intention is only to have them available this evening. Obviously, if we need them, I'm sure we can make it work, but hoping to handle the building site-related things tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, what questions do we have? We'll open the floor. Trustee Lentz?
Yeah. So I try to listen to as many of those senior center task force meetings as I could over the past 6 months, and I first and foremost want to say thank you to everyone who is involved in that. That is public service and right there. The question I had specifically related to some of the concerns of the senior center members here. Could you illuminate a little bit about, and I don't know if Dan is back there, I believe he spoke previously. Oh, yeah, sorry.
He's here.
Sign.
Yep.
About the one entrance versus two entrance, specifically related to public safety. I don't know if Tim.
Well, I'll start, and if Deputy Manager Opsmer wants to jump in. Fundamentally, this building is probably going to have 7 entrances when it comes right down to it, because the building code has certain provisions that you can only be so far away from an entrance or exit. Mm-hmm. The ones that we focus our amenities on and make them sort of the prime entrances, I think, is what's been some of the discussion. The police department will always say, they will reiterate that it is safer to have one point of entry for the public to any given building. You're able to see everyone that comes in, you're able to control that access point. We have someone puts eyes on everyone that comes into a building, right? So police's default position will be that. If the board directs us to design it in such a way that we essentially have 2 entrances, that's what we're going to do. And I think that we can mitigate some of the police concerns with key card access or cameras, or candidly, the models we have right now build in 2 administrative assistants for the front desks. There is a model that you can add additional staff to be able to functionally have 2 front desks. I think we can do it either way, and if that is the straw on the camel's back, we can take that straw off very easily and make it work with 2 entrances. It's really public safety and operations would always drive us towards 1 if we can.
And I did notice the note about the additional staff needs with another entrance too, which of course adds to our costs as much as anything else. So I appreciate you expanding on that. I listened to it as I was walking my dog, and beauty of home TV, but thank you.
Thank you. And I will point out that the senior and community center diagram, which again, I did tell everyone to take with a grain of salt, does actually show 2 entrances on there. It's actually more than that, but as Mr. Schmidt points out, but there's this sort of empty asterisk that would denote sort of the main entry, and then there's an additional filled-in asterisk north of that, which enters into a secondary lobby next to the youth recreation area. So I just want to point that out too, that does actually show already on the diagrams that are in the packet. And so that is contemplated from a design standpoint at least. And whether we're ready to staff that or not is something that we'll have to get into over time, but that is something that's already been considered.
Great, thank you.
Treasurer DeShane.
Do you have another question?
No, I appreciate Supervisor Hendrickson's point.
Good. I have a quick question for Director Wazinski. If you turn to the room rental or the revenue page, down one page. Other direction, actually.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, it's that one.
A little bit further up.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Have you talked to other community centers, and have they given you similar numbers for meeting rooms? We are full at $500,000 a year, 60% at $334,000 a year. In particular, if you talk to Portage or East Lansing or even Farmington Hills, all of whom have a new community center.
So I have done a cross-reference check with both senior-only centers and senior community centers. So yes, I'll be 50 this year. Osceola Community Center, Portage Community Center, Farmington Hills, Foster, Letts, East Lansing Primetime, which is their senior within within Hannah Williamston, Holt, Stockbridge, Bath, and Portage Community Center as well as Portage Senior Center. So I did reach out, did some research, tried to collect as much information as they had, and kind of look at some of the variables that I looked at was like square footage, how many days a week are you open, how many hours per day on average are you open, what does your staffing look like, and then what's the annual membership cost, and then looking for any annual operating costs. So I did gather a significant amount of information that, and again, these are assumptions, absolutely. So, but they're somewhat, guided assumptions based on that.
If you would check back with them, at least for the mentioned Osceola, Portage, Farmington, and East Lansing, about the meeting rooms, because that number seems wildly high to me right now, and see what their actual numbers are. You mentioned groups using these centers, and you're right. There's a wood carving group that meets every Saturday morning at the Hazel Library. Charging them $75 an hour, they would probably move elsewhere. And a lot of these groups meet, some can afford that rental, many can't. And we wouldn't want to push them out because they can't afford it. I think the number is probably based on a lot of wedding or formal events that people come in and hold it at the center where they'd like a nice new facility. The problem with that is we don't have a food facility the way a hotel might be offered that. So we're not going to be able to compete with those people. So I really think we're about $250,000 high in that meeting room rental, even at 65%. So if you get some actual data from them as to what they're coming in, because we've also learned that Portage, their brand new facility, is losing like $600,000 a year. That could be that they estimated a higher meeting room rental than they're getting. East Lansing's down $1.5 million, having to put $1.5 million into their community center. And I heard that Farmington Hills is actually losing $4 million a year on their community center. They built a very large facility.
That is the Taj Mahal of community centers. So it's, I took that with a very grain of salt but they do offer a lot of the additional youth programming that I wanted to inquire about. Treasurer DeShane, to your point, I certainly will get some more harder numbers. I also looked at our pavilion rentals. So we do rent our pavilions. Our pavilions are rented all summer long, booked up. So, and we do charge a fee for those. So I agree, and I hear what you're saying. The other thing that we've made, want to make very clear, this is all assumptions. So we would never expect to use the revenue as part of operating the facility. Looking more at what does that revenue look like in 2, 3, 4 years? Then do we look at it as a long-term operating revenue? Or, knowing where it's going, we could put it into a fund so that we have some a building fund until we have some better idea of how that might look long-term.
Thank you for that data. Sure. I appreciate getting the hard data back from what they're getting, for those rooms.
Will do.
If I could just mention, Mr. Schmidt did hit on the notion that the financial models that we'll be seeing at our next meeting were all constructed around the notion that there will be zero revenue coming in, so that we ostensibly would not lose money on this by expecting revenue and it not coming in.
That's
and
right.
So that's different than what our regional partners in other areas have not done. Other questions? Trustee Wilson.
If we were to look at the senior center only, do we have any kind of projections, knowing that we have 16,500 seniors in Meridian Township? Do we have any kind of projections about maximum use? Are we right-sizing this building, do we think? I'm just curious as to how we came up with our total space here.
I have reviewed our usage metrics over the last year, and it's hard to quantify here. I do have some numbers. But we do have a lot of usage, and we have a lot of activities that are very popular. However, when you look at it from a day-long perspective, not every component of that facility would be used all day long. Mm-hmm. So we do have billiards, and then we do have jazzercise. Those are happening a couple times a week, not daily, like maybe a basketball camp or something like that. So the use of the facility, of the types of rooms are there. Would it be, all of those rooms be used according to how we are programming now, all day, every day? Not likely.
I'm just trying to think whether you put some capacity around this. What if 1/3 of our seniors, and that's probably a little high, 25% of our seniors decided to join the senior and use it? Would we have sufficient space to have that many people?
So you 25% increase, let's say we're at 500, so yes, it would be a programming.
You'd have to do.
You'd do the programming, but we have great programmers. But yes, a 25% increase, I think would actually use the facility a lot more.
No, not a 25% increase. I'm thinking about.
A membership?
We have 16,000 seniors here, and we do have people from outside of the area. Say 25% of those folks decided to join the senior center. Have we sized this correctly? I'd hate to see it burst at the seams, if you will, or we'd have to curtail membership.
That's a really good question. What I could speak to is that the membership over time has stayed pretty static. I mean, it went down during COVID as expected, but it stayed pretty static, and the manager and the advisory board are always looking to increase membership. But given that, maybe with a new facility, we could have that, but currently, we're not seeing that trend.
Okay, so it stayed at one point, about 4 years ago, it was 275 members. And now it's closer to 500?
It's about 398, I think.
See, well below 500 still. That's surprising. And could you tell me what you're thinking about in having the facility open 8 hours a day, if we were senior center only?
The facility's currently open 7 hours a day, so extending that, part of the barrier there is the staffing. So we have one full-time and one half-time. So to have that staffed, that's part of it. And it's currently in a school, so working around the timing of school as well.
And you'd have no utilization on the weekends for any other purpose, because they do read in the notes that meeting rooms would not be available to anyone else.
That is, if we were to use this facility as we do with our current facility. Currently, we're not open on the weekends, and outside of members, they are not allowed to use that facility, or not able to use that facility. So that's, whatever the board decides, we can certainly accommodate, but I was just using what we currently are programming. Yeah.
And I would just add, part of the reason that's what we went with was one of the decisions the task force directed us on was early on, we asked them, we need to know rough hours of operation so that we could start building this model. And so the model that we built was based on senior center was 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. Senior community center was 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. And so that's obviously fungible as well, but we just had to establish a baseline for how we built everything from that point up.
If we were to do the combined center, you obviously have extended hours, you have potential revenue source, and we're meeting the needs of every age band in this community. And that's why that concept, I think, is very attractive, because we're delivering benefit to every age band, from babies to seniors. And I think that's what our community really would like to see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Other board members with questions? Trustee Lentz.
I did have some questions about parking lot sizes. I'm not sure who might be the best person to answer that. So from looking here, it looks like there's 61 senior parking, and then in the expanded with 149 total parking spots. I'm reading that correct? Can you explain the methodology of that? I'm just curious, with the maybe short usage of some parts of the facility, some maybe parents dropping off kids for a basketball camp, let's say, or even if they stuck around. I'm imagining basketball doesn't run for 6 hours straight without child labor laws or something, but, I guess I'm just curious, parking lot size.
So the parking numbers came out of programming and discussion about what would be preferred for the senior center, what would be preferred for the community center. And then frankly, it's also what is available for space on the site. There could be additional parking moving away from the building, but part of what we were showing is here's kind of a maximum parking with a given building layout based on property setbacks. And then as this plan's indicating, we could have additional parking going towards the mall or towards the Meridian Mall. But we could certainly have less parking if it was decided.
I'm curious about how, I think the page numbers were starting to blur together, but it looked like it was about 1.9 million for site prep and clearing, if I remember correctly. About how much of that is parking? And, I'm thinking like if we were to take out that top section of 24 parking spots next to the youth program area, like it is 24 spots. About how much would that, does that cost right there, that chunk?
And no as well, so that 1.9 is actually more for the site prep and for site utilities, the stormwater mitigation, all of that, all the work that has to happen just to get the site ready so that you can actually put a building on there. In the other costs, like at the Portage and the Greenville YMCA, those costs are complete project costs, which include parking lots in those costs. So that's already built into that piece of it right there. The site here, that 1.9 is really just to get this to a point to where you can put something there.
Okay.
Just as an FYI. And then, to a little bit more pointedly to your question, there's not a lot of savings there because really you've got to develop the majority. If you do the senior-only center, that is, in order for there to be expansion, further to the north there and to have that to be able to grow, where you're putting that, you've got to do a lot of the development already and kind of have it as a space that's ready for that to happen down the road. And so the parking lots and all that kind of a thing, you're already really getting it to a point to where what you now need to do is just, take off the topsoil and then put, layer in, the parking lot itself and then stripe it and all that. So there isn't a huge savings there. And if I could certainly come up with a number, know that that's going to be fluctuating daily and going up and down. And so I can only hold that for 2 days. So
I understand. I appreciate that. This is why you have your job. And I asked you that question. I didn't think about the effect of building just a senior center. The other question I had would probably be either for Tim or Courtney, if you don't mind, unless you had something.
I was gonna, Deputy Manager Hofstra just mentioned something to me, and this would be a good time, since we're talking about cost reductions a little bit, if Brendan could just briefly talk about sort of the reason and the differences between the two types of construction that you see in the packet. One of them is more prefab, not in a pre-manufactured way, but there are different types of construction. That's why you see a difference in the cost. So I was hoping Brendan could just talk about that briefly so you can understand why there is such a range. Because it's $100 per square foot range between the two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so sorry, let me grab my.
Sorry, Commissioner.
No, all good. That's what we're here for. So if you look at the Greenville YMCA, when we look at that one, as you look at the images on there, there's a large section of that building that's a pre-engineered building. And that it actually was married up to an existing portion of the YMCA in there. And what you have, the pre-engineered buildings are meant to move. Let's put it this way, they're designed to the bare minimum of the code. And so they move a whole lot more. They're intended to move a lot more. So the materials that you put on the building, you can't have nearly as rigid of materials because, for instance, a lot of masonry or whatever else, really tall expanses of that, because the building's going to want to try to move and rack. And so our material selections then lower down in as far as what we can put on there. That lowers the cost, but it's also, you can see the differential in when you're looking at the images of that project versus the Portage Senior Center, which has a much different look than the other. And that's why there's a price differential there as well that we had talked about earlier on. Right, we can, and this is a conventional steel building, and there's also wood, you can see the wood laminated trusses that are in there. So there are choices that can be made that will drive the cost up, and there are also choices that you can make that will keep, that you can kind of have a look like this, but it's not exactly that, and it'll keep it more in the middle range on these things. So there's also materiality choices. We like to come at projects, especially something that's a community center, whether it's a community center or a senior center, it doesn't matter. You want materials that are durable, they're gonna last a long time, they're gonna look good for a long time. They're not, they're not fads kind of a thing, right? And they're gonna hold their value and really last for a good period of time with as low maintenance as possible. There are some really high-end expensive materials that you can go with that are going to last forever, kind of a thing, but you're going to pay a lot of money for those. And then there's also some that are right in that middle range that I think this project would be right for. I'm getting into the weeds. One last thing I want to say on this, though, is that there's also, you can put your money into certain materials and certain aspects of the building where you really want to focus it, and then other areas that you can say, okay, we can bring these materialities down, the cost down here, and we really want to accentuate these other areas. So there's a lot of decisions that we can make conceptually moving forward.
Are you still going?
No, I appreciate the very thorough explanation. It helps.
Treasurer DeShane.
Director Schmidt, would you pull up the senior-only plan for me, enlarge it a little bit? I think we've looked at, and I was part of the first senior center, community center task force, and worked with fine folks, consultants, and appreciate the work you've done for us. I think we might have been too narrow in that way we look at this. This senior center would cost, it appears, the community center, senior center would cost about 3.5 times what a senior-only center is. But if you look at the senior center is right now, it's a building that's going to be used from 8 to 4 every day. Most of the community center needs are going to be after 4, after 5, in the evenings, on the weekends, when the senior center is closed. So we look at this outdoor patio area with views to the wetlands. It's a lot of space there. And obviously to enclose that's going to be a few $1 million. But if we turn that into a multi-purpose space that we used for community gathering, we've gotten, to me, the essence of a community center, a space for the community to meet. The rest of the senior center, that's the senior center. This becomes the community space that we need. The gym, I think is, sure, we might attract some more leagues, but that need is being met right now by the schools, thanks to your good coordination. It's not in this real need, it's just a luxury, if you will, to have our own gyms. We do have a need for community space, and we do have a need for a dedicated senior space. By converting this outdoor patio space into meeting space, we could have that at what would be a third the cost, or about that, of the full-blown community center, senior center. We lose the gym, but I think the gym has fallen in the category of a swimming pool. We discounted earlier on. You add a gym, you add a lot more cost, and it's a luxury that I don't think we can afford right now. I'll talk more about the finances next meeting when we get into that. We don't have any numbers now, but we know that this senior community center is going to be 3.5 to 4 times the cost. If we could add a community element to this facility that would not be, so it could be used by the community when it's not being used by the seniors for a few $1 million rather than 3.5 times more dollars, I think it's a worthy option that we should consider.
Yeah, it's just to, apologies for the interruption. I just want to, because we've gone, right, that idea has gone back and forth a couple of times over the course of the last 2 years even, as to where that space that you talk about goes. And so you have the senior-only facility at roughly 10 million, senior community center at just under 30, so just under 3 times the cost. And one of the things that sort of became the linchpin as we got through this process was, we heard from the seniors multiple times that they were, just replace what we got, get down close to 10,000, get down close to 10,000. And so what ended up being sort of that linchpin was taking that space out of the senior center, got it to where everyone wanted to be on the senior center, and then putting that in the senior community center, got the senior community center to where everybody wanted to be on that. And so that's sort of some of the thinking behind why that is what you see there, because the feedback we were getting was that is not what, we didn't want that in our senior center. We wanted a 10,000 square foot replacement for what we have now. And that's sort of where we ended up. And so that's certainly one of those things that, from the board's perspective, we've evaluated it multiple different ways. And so if that's the direction we go, my friends behind me will certainly be able to pivot towards that, because I think we probably have a concept somewhere along the lines that has it.
I would like to see the cost for that. If you ask the community, do you want the tax sheet $10 million, or essentially, if you're adding operation costs, the tax increase might be $25 million for the senior center, 80 or 90 million over 20 years for the senior community center. Give them the two options and tell them you'll still get your community space, but you're going to be taxed about 1/3 less than you are with the full-blown center. Our residents, who at this point are feeling very overtaxed, are going to take the less expensive option. The senior community center concept here is a beautiful one. In a different economy, in different economic times, I might be for it. But right now, anything that's going to be a significant tax increase scares me, and I think we need to be prudent about this. Any way we can achieve both goals with the same floor plan, we should be considering it.
So ballpark to add that space back into this, $1.2 million, just off the top of my head, just to give you a number.
And that looks like it would be about, how many square feet?
That's assuming a 2,000 square foot space. I'm just trying to do rough math.
2,000 square feet.
So that, whether or not it's that box or not, again, not wedded to any of these boxes, just trying to find that sort of community space, roughly 2,000.
Just to be clear, I'm looking, because if you look at the senior and community, can we actually just go down the senior and community center diagram for a moment? Because essentially what you're suggesting is draw a straight line where the building turns and cut it. That includes the multi-purpose room that's 120 people, the warming kitchen, and we may not have it being labeled that.
Yes.
But cut it into an exact rectangle. And so that actually adds up to about 5,000 square feet.
Oh, that's fine, okay.
All of that in.
So then you're at 3 million, roughly.
5,000 square feet of community spaces would meet a certain need. We wouldn't need to rely on a lot of income from it. And again, the times that we use are the exact opposite, are very much in sync with the times then the seniors want to use it, which is the day 8 to 4. The community would then use it in the evenings and the weekends. I think it's the prudent thing to do to look at a much lower, to include the community elements. I agree that we need to think of the community. But to me, there's no good reason that I'm seeing right now why we couldn't take this footprint for the senior center and turn it into more than that.
Thank you. Clerk Demas.
I'm hearing a lot that there's a need for community space, and looking at this patio, if we were to make it just a senior center only, I'm trying to wrap my head around what community space would be used for the patio. What can be put there? Would there be rooms for people to meet? Is that enough for our community? We need places to store facilities. For my perspective, I think that the community center has a lot more space for people to use the center, which is something that our residents have advocated for. Why not look at that possibility and leave it up to the voters to decide if they would like to have a community center?
Yeah, and I'll add that to Director Schmidt's point, the room that you're describing over where the patio is, this is the 120-person meeting room. This is the one that has a platform, a stage-like area, a warming kitchen on the back. And we got significant pushback from the seniors when it related to the overall square footage of the senior center option. It was, I think, something in the ballpark of 20,000 square feet with this included in there. And we got a number of emails that said, well, that's a lot more than we need. We need to trim the fat on this. And so that was sort of the low-hanging fruit in terms of, what it is that we can pull out that get us down to a more reasonable number in terms of programmable square footage. So I totally understand the desire to include this. I'm not sure I necessarily agree that having one room, essentially one space, makes a community center. I do think it does help to alleviate some of the meeting room concerns that we're all aware of. I know this room is used more than probably any other in the community. But I do think there is value to having, some of the other benefits that the other spaces do provide. One of the groups that we heard from throughout the design charrette was the 55 plus exercise group. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. And they were desperately asking for more indoor space for recreation, for their workout activities. The gym is something that they would love to use. They would love to be able to use the pickleball, indoor pickleball as an option. The Sporties for Shorties, that program that's wildly popular under our Parks and Recreation Department. Yes, we could program it throughout the winter, but also, as I understand it, there's not a whole lot of backup if it rains. I'm pretty sure I've had my kid rained out of a Sporties for Shorties previously. And this model, which has a youth recreation area, also allows for the possibility that a rain day, Sporties for Shorties during the summer, could be moved into that youth recreation area. And I think that, I understand that, what we're talking about is a cost, right? Everything comes at a cost, and a building of the size that we're describing here would come at a hefty price to the taxpayers, and one that they would have to consider if we put it before them at the ballot box. But I will also point out that, as our designers have included in the comparisons to other centers throughout the state, those prices escalate each and every year. And so this project would only ever get more expensive if we chose to do it at a later time. And, there's a cost benefit to saying, let's do a senior center with a room now, and maybe we'll consider this at another time or in another economy or whatever. But it's only going to be more expensive. Prices are only going to continue to go up if we do this later as opposed to now. I think that I'm sorry if no, go ahead. I'll come back to you in just a second. I did hear a fair amount of folks asking about whether this was a need or a want. And I think that we absolutely know that it's a want, right? It's appeared in the top 3 items that our community has responded to in our surveys of our 2 last triennial surveys. As a thing that would be of value to them here in the township. Director Wazinski has gone through the various needs that we have seen for recreation space that don't currently exist. And that's just the things that we know about that we can't accommodate, right? We're already over-relying on our partners in the school districts for all interior recreation space, and a lot of exterior recreation space as well. And we had both Superintendent Hood and Superintendent Malley here on the task force, and they were reiterating that those spaces are also overtaxed in terms of the usage that they're having. And so not only would having a community recreation space available to us give us more capacity, it also gives the schools more capacity to offer additional programming in their recreation space as well. So it has additional trickle-down benefits. And then also 2 more rooms, right? This block of activity/meeting rooms, as I understand it, this is space that can be, modular space that can be used in different sizes and formats based on the need. I think that, it's another opportunity to add more than we have today. And I think that, to Trustee Wilson's point, this is a something for everyone model. And in the same way that I hear my colleagues' concern about, a possible millage for a community center, the community center is something that everyone gets something out of, right? Everyone can be a part of. The seniors have been very protective of their space, and rightfully so, at the senior center. And they've been concerned about other folks coming into their space. And I worry that, understanding that we're going to have to put something on the ballot in front of voters, if it is a senior center only, and it is expressly so, that no one else is going to get to use this unless you are a senior, I worry that the voters are going to be equally as concerned, the younger voters especially, that they're voting on something that they're not going to be able to use for maybe 2, 3, 4 decades. And so I would be concerned about that as well. I'm not going to make a final, we're not making final decisions here today, obviously. But that's just where I'm starting from, having been steeped in this for a long time over the last 7 months. I saw Trustee Precise and then Treasurer DeShane.
I was coming back to Treasurer DeShane's discussion of a need or a want. For a small group or relatively small group of citizens that would have access to a senior center, there could be a large group of citizens who say, well, that's a want. I don't need it. I can't use it. I'm not going to support it. That doesn't do anything for anybody. I think, and I'm not sold on one or the other at this point because I haven't seen the numbers that we would need to generate in either circumstance. But we could end up losing the $5 million because they voted down the senior center alone. And there are a lot more voters that wouldn't be eligible to utilize this space than are eligible to use the space. So that's a risk we look at. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what the numbers are as far as what kind of millage support we would need. But in either case, we're going to need some sort of tax support for operations and construction. So until we know what that is, and it may be that one of them is so expensive that we can't even get it within our cap. That's something we need to look at. So I'm not there yet, but I do fear that if we focus on a senior center only, we lose a significant number of voters. And they'll be paying those taxes for a lot of years before they're eligible to use the space.
Just to the cap question. My understanding is that the attorneys have been consulted on that particular question, and we can separate the debt building cost and the operating cost into 2 separate millions.
I understand that, but the operating cost would be in.
The operating cost would be
within the cap.
incorporated within the cap, but the debt building cost.
I understood that, yes.
And those two would have to be tie-barred together so that one can't pass without the other.
Right.
So just wanted to clarify that. Treasurer DeShane, then Trustee Lentz, and Trustee Sutherland.
Trustee Sutherland can go before me. I shouldn't have spoken yet.
Sure. Trustee Sutherland?
Well, I'm just going to say that I'm kind of looking at this picture here, and there's the multi-purpose room, there's the warming kitchen. Like if you added the smaller part and did not go with all the gymnasiums and stuff like that, perhaps we could call this a community center instead of a senior center, if that makes any sense. Like, just not the gymnasiums and all the locker rooms and, I mean, I don't know that it's an either or thing. is what I'm saying. I think that if we had a multi-purpose room where we could host like luncheons and warming kitchens, and that we have the activity lounges and billiards and stuff, we could still have a smaller building, maybe not so much cost involved, but we wouldn't have the gymnasiums and that kind of thing. So I'm just offering that up for an option.
So you're suggesting that we have essentially the senior center plus the additional warming, the multi-purpose area.
Because
And
it's
open-
pretty
and-
rectangular.
No, I'm just, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, you're suggesting opening that up so it is not seniors only to the whole space?
That's correct.
Okay, and having it be available to everyone to come in there?
But perhaps not having that huge gymnasium and.
Understood. No, I'm just saying the rectangle there, and not precluding the seniors into that
Right.
area only.
I think that we would still want to call it a community center. I mean, why wouldn't you billiards and table tennis? Why couldn't the kids come in and do that too, you know? I'm just saying.
Well,
I might be off base, but.
I mean, it certainly is a possibility. What I'll say is that I don't speak for the senior advisory board at the senior center, but I imagine that would go over pretty badly. They were very protective of their space, and they were not interested in having other folks in their areas. And I'll let them speak for themselves, because they've done well throughout this whole process. But I don't believe that would be a prospect that would be welcomed by the current users of the senior center. Treasurer DeShane and then Trustee Lentz.
I think we can call this a community center and segregate the senior-only area. It don't have to be joint space that's used. We can have areas that's used by the seniors during their time, and community space that's separate, that's used during the other times. We have not seen a groundswell of support for a community center. This has been in discussion for 2 years. Now, this active over 50 group has come out for it, but they're also using them all in the winter. So they do have indoor space for recreation. Another sign that there's not a strong community support for this is we've received no donations for this. And we tried. The former manager reached out and tried and got no takers. Portage raised $5.7 million for theirs in private money. We've tried, we haven't reached it. The point is, the community really, this is an idea that the board is staff likes a lot, but it's not really a groundswell of support for it. There's not a lot of community support coming out for it. What we're hearing from the community is taxes are high and build a senior-only center. Now, we might all think we're smarter than the residents, and we think they want a tax increase. We think they don't mind that. But I think we should not ignore what we're hearing from the public, which is they want a senior-only facility. We can have it both ways, in some senses, by creating a community space within the senior center that's separate from it. Here's what stood out for me in our communications back to the community center for a second. We got to remember, we are a semi-rural township. We can't be all things to all people. We have 19 parks, and we have 1,500 acres in land preserve. That's a phenomenal achievement. We don't also have to have a community space for the indoor gym and pickleball courts. We're not a large city. We're a medium-sized or a large township, but we also have a rural element to our township as well. I don't think we can afford a senior center. And we got this email. We all read it from Lucy Thompson. This is on March 8th. And what she said was really striking. She says, our property taxes are now at an astounding and unsustainable rate. If the township is trying to push out regular people, it's working. I'm a liberal, I'm a college professor, and I'm in favor of taxes when spent appropriately. But I am shocked by the township is raising taxes so much in such tough financial times. I am becoming very afraid that I will lose my house because my salary is not keeping up with the rising costs of living here. Specifically, property taxes are becoming unbearable. These are much higher than in most of the rest of this area, and it's absolutely crippling. Please consider it a priority to lower the cost of living, especially property taxes, for Meridian Township residents, especially those who do not have a large household income. I do not know how much longer I can survive here. So we're banning about community center versus a senior center. We know a community center is going to cost 3 times as much and 3 times as much to operate. And it's going to take tax revenue to do that. Yeah, we can put it for the voters and they may approve it. It doesn't make the tax burden any less for the rest of our community. This email really struck out to me. These are our liberal, progressive, vote for millage supporters who are saying you've gone too far. You've got to stop. We can't take any more. Now, this problem is exacerbated by the county. The county threw another $1.33 million at us, all Meridian residents, last year. We didn't do that. We cut it back by 0.2 million. But we happen to have the fortune, or bad fortune, or good fortune, to live in the highest taxing county in the state of Michigan, as a previous person spoke. No one levies more taxes than Ingham County. So we have this huge county base to begin with, and then we've got and we're the highest taxing township in the county. And it just reached a point where even our supporters, even people who believe in progressive things like we do, are saying no more taxes. And any discussion in the community center means a lot more of a tax bite for our residents. And it truly is a want, and what our residents need right now is tax stability, not a tax increase. And we need to keep that in mind. The need is for taxes to be kept down, not for a community center. That's what I'm very concerned that this board do. Thank you.
Trustee Lentz.
I appreciate everything that Treasurer Duchesne is saying because, I've, over the past couple months, met with, I think, 4 or 5 different individuals, one of which is in the room, and I appreciate them taking the time out of their day to explain their perspectives and needs. So I can tell you, I am thinking about this every day. With that said, I did have a question. And again, maybe I missed this somewhere with the task force, but my understanding was that the February meeting, it was asked of the designers to lower both programs by 10 to 15%, and only the senior center one was dropped by 10 to 15%. Did I misinterpret what I was hearing, or can you expand on that? Because I know you were there, Supervisor.
Yeah, so that was a request that was made of the progressive team. And they essentially came back with a couple of options. But the options were, as I recall, eliminate the youth recreation space fully. Option 2 was eliminate some or most of the youth recreation space and also all spectator space in the gym. So it's just courts, no bleachers. And there was some discussion at the meeting about that, neither of those being options that were interesting to the task force. And so ultimately, the task force at the March meeting decided not to recommend a reduction in square footage.
I appreciate you expanding on that. I did have a couple questions for Director Wazinski, if she's still here. Hi, sorry. Big poster in your way. You had mentioned the expansion of, I don't want to get the name or the numbers wrong, of Sporties for Shorties to the tune of 500 to 600 if we were to go for the senior center, senior and community option with the gym. So 500 to 600 because we have our own space. How does that work with the sharing of resources with this, or I should say borrowing the resources of the schools right now? Like, do they limit us to only Saturdays? As a non-parent, I don't know exactly what the program looks like.
It's an excellent question, and it's quite honestly very complex, and it's taken me a year to figure out how these different relationships work. And I say that because we have school sports, we have club sports, then we have township sports, and they all kind of have their own niche. These school sports also accommodate their club sports. So it's very little, I'll say, not with fault of anybody, but very little left over for the township because they are used. So generally, our basketball practices happen during the week, and then basketball games happen on the weekend. And so what we're doing is we have, 2 gyms at Hazlet Middle School, but we're running 4 games at the same time. So we're not even, and we're running 4-on-4 as opposed to 5-on-5, just so that we can help accommodate all the kiddos that want to play. So our programmers has gotten very creative with that. But with that, those gyms are used generally for basketball during basketball season, when sporties in the winter season would be basketball season. So you kind of see how it gets complex the more you add into it. But it's very minimal gym space, especially now with Chippewa under construction too.
Gotcha. I appreciate that explanation. And then the other question I had was, with all of these great activities that you've laid out, like, if we wanted to offer kids painting classes and all these gyms and things, does the staffing page, I think page 4, reflect the entirety of what would be asked of the township to provide as far as staffing to do that, or would we need volunteers to run that? Does that come through with like a full-time basketball coach and rec person? Is that a part of that number?
Also a very good question. So what we do currently is I used what we have currently and tried to apply that to, let's say, almost double the amount of activity. So we currently have 2 programmers that run all of our youth sports, events, and adult sports. So looking at that, it would be a similar number of participants, so we would expect 2 full-time programmers. But what we do now is when it is a little busier, we do hire seasonal staff, if you will. So that's built into that cost as well. And then, of course, we would need some sort of management of some sort as we add staff. So all of that is built into that staffing cost, correct?
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Our coaches are volunteer. It's always been like that. And so if you ever want to coach, you just call the office.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to see me play basketball. Thank you. I appreciate that because, I think if a skeleton crew if we did want to go forward with this expensive plan, I don't think we'd want like a skeleton crew and then be like, well, we actually need all these other things in order to make it usable. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So at this point, we've been at this for about 90 minutes, and we are going to talk about this 2 more times before we take any action. I want to be respectful of Brendan and Adam. If there are any further questions for the 2 of them, this would be the time to do that so that we don't need to pull them into other future meetings. Do we have any further questions of our 2 consultants at this time? No. All right. Seeing none, then, with the board's leave, we'll move on from this agenda item and plan to see it back on for discussion again at our April 15th meeting. And I'll give our thanks to our consultants and our staff for the presentation and to the members of the public who have been so continuously involved in this process. We'll take a 5-minute break to clear the room of easels and whatnot, and we'll be back at 8:40. will bring ourselves back from recess. Everyone for your indulgence. We've lost most of our public, but that's all right. We press on regardless. So next on our agenda was formerly known as 13D, Special Use Permit 2503, Okemos Land Investments, 4360 South Hagedorn Road, recreational marijuana retailer. And for this, we have Director Schmidt.
Yes, thank you. I'm just flipping to the right page here. I have 17 tabs open of senior center items. Just a second, my computer's working hard. Because this is item D, so it's all the way down here. So this is a request in front of you this evening. This is the fourth and final of the recreational marijuana special use permit licenses. So this applicant has gone through the licensing process in 2014, was granted a conditional license on May 9th of last year. And they did then proceed on to the special use permit process. They did submit within 60 days, as was required by the ordinance. During our review and during the initial discussion with the Planning Commission, there was a request for an updated traffic study. That did take some time, but given that they did submit in time, we consider their application complete. It was complete. We held off on further processing until that was updated. In the process of updating their traffic study, they also chose to make a modification to the plans to remove the existing structure on the site and build a new building on the site. At that point, we determined that we would hold a new public hearing on the process. We considered it a big enough change that we required a new public hearing on the process, which the Planning Commission held on March 10th, received no public comment, and unanimously recommended approval on March 24th for this request. So the application in front of you would be to remove the structure at 4360 South Hagedorn, the existing house and outbuildings, and build a new structure in its place, specifically for the recreational marijuana facility. In all of their aspects, this application is identical to the information that was provided during the licensing process, obviously with the exception of the traffic study being updated to modern numbers. The reason this one was updated specifically was this project actually never got through the SUP process previously for a medical license. So they did not have a good traffic study that we could base this application off of. So we requested, the information was substantially out of date and we did not feel covered it appropriately, so we asked for an updated one. By and large, the remainder of this is similar information to what we saw during the licensing process. Staff has reviewed it. It does meet all of our ordinance standards and do not have any major concerns at this time. They do have a number of things they still need to do, including getting approval gap in time there. The second gate, which I want to point out this evening, is the issuance of permits. The issuance of permits needs to happen within 12 months of issuance of the conditional license. It is subject to 1 6-month extension at the direction of the director, in this case, myself. So they have until May 9th to secure permits to start construction. I expect, I'm putting it on the record right now, that we will get a request for a 6-month extension on that, given that that would be a lightning fast approval from the Drain Commissioner's office. And so I just want to put that out there because that is the next gate in the ordinance, and being open and transparent about it, that under the terms of the licensing ordinance, that extension is left to me. The third timing gate is actual operations. That has to happen within 2 years of the issuance of the conditional license. The board has the ability to extend that item. And so if we get to that point, it will be back in front of the board. So
Sorry, what is 2 years from?
The actual operations.
Well, I'm sorry, it's 2 years from what date?
The issuance of the licensing. So May 9th was the date the board authorized the conditional license in 2014.
So if we find ourselves back here, May 9th, 2026?
You would find ourselves back here before that. We would know and we would, yeah.
Sure. They would be asking for an extension if they're not operational.
Correct.
Sorry, thank you.
That's all I have. I just wanted to go through those couple of date items because this is such a unique approval. From a zoning perspective, this is very straightforward. Meets all the standards of the special use permit, and we are here this evening for the initial discussion of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Treasurer DeShane.
When this was last before us, there was extensive discussion about that building and how wonderful it was going to be and how they're going to preserve it and make a historic site of it, et cetera. And now they are going to tear it down. Is there a new owner involved here?
There's not a new owner. I think they got into the financials and the details of that structure and realized that it was probably unsalvageable.
It certainly looked that way from the street.
Tend to agree with you, Treasurer DeShane.
Second question, are there criteria for you allowing the 6-month extension or the board, or is it completely up to the judgment of the director or the board?
The 6-month extension is entirely up to the judgment of the director.
And no criteria for what granting it, I guess I'm wondering why they even make that an option, and they just give them 18 months if it's just up to the director with no criteria required to justify the extension.
I think this, generally the standard when you have things like this in zoning is you want to see progress. You don't necessarily want to have it just 18 months of, oh, okay, at the last minute I could come in. I want to have a gate in there of making you pushing towards it so that I can say, okay, yes, you do deserve 6 more months. You have a reasonable expectation that you can get there. Or, you know what, you really haven't done anything. Why would we grant you 6 more months, right? So I think that's why you build it that way. It's a judgment call, and it's one that we made when we established this ordinance, ultimately.
Thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
Are they going to need any variances on this property? Because I know you've got the floodplain behind it, and it's a roughly 2,000 square foot building. Are they going to be able to do it without any variances?
We've not identified any variances at this time.
Okay.
I will add a comment that, based on the diagrams provided, I'm shocked that this meets our parking standards.
Well, I mean, 2,000 square feet is not much, so it doesn't require many parking spaces.
Right. I mean, a couple of the employee spaces at the back, we're talking about maybe 6 total parking spaces for the public use.
At 2,030 square feet, let me just pull that up real fast, since we don't typically get into that right now. That is, we're going to call.
Sorry, I'm just amazed is more what it is.
No, we're going to call that a general retail space. And that is going to come in, it's going to be under 25,000, so it's not a shopping mall. They're probably only at 10 spaces, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, so it's important, I think, to remind ourselves that these special use permit decisions are meant to be determined based on only a small number of criteria, right? And that's laid out in the SUP request standards that's in the application packet. And as we've found, I think, with previous recreational marijuana retailers, a lot of the scrutiny of this process came during the licensure of the application as opposed to at the special use permit level. Overall, as I looked at the criteria, it does meet, by my eye, all of the basic criteria that we are meant to judge this on. And I have no real concerns. In fact, I actually have fewer concerns with a new build that can take into account odor mitigation more easily from the get-go than I would have if they were trying to retrofit the old building. And so I see no issue with the underlying criteria that we're meant to judge this on. Trustee Wilson.
If they're granted the 6-month extension, which takes us into November of 25, what if the Drain Commission, given what we have seen the Drain Commission do, does not complete their work? What happens at the end of that 18 months?
from a licensing perspective, that conditional license would no longer be valid because they would have not met their time gate. How that shakes down, we'll have to work through with our attorneys, but they would be in violation of the ordinance at that point if they are unable to get their approval through all agencies and be permitted for construction. Now, there are certainly scenarios under which you can get a permit to start construction on certain aspects of a site before you have all of your approvals. The bigger concern, in my mind, if we're being candid, is the long-term getting open. Because if they have a timing issue with the drain commissioner up front that stalls them into next year because they don't get approval until, say, November, and are unable to start construction in winter, so you're looking at an April, May start, that's a bigger discussion for me in the longer term, because then I would be a little more concerned. Make no mistake, it's tight no matter what. It was tight for the groups that got in immediately. Building new construction, they're gonna have to stay on it. I mean, this is the hard part of development now, regardless of the use.
Is this a complex project for the Drain Commission, or is it a matter of the queue?
It butts up against floodplain, so it's not an easy one, I would say.
Okay.
Their engineers will make their money.
Yes.
Other board members? Trustee Wentz.
Almost all of my questions I had were answered by, watching the planning commission earlier, or I guess last month, and then you explaining that timeline, Tim, so I appreciate that. The question I do have is there greater scrutiny by the drain office because this would be a new build as compared to the last facility, which would be, rehabbing the building?
No, I think they would have gotten equal scrutiny either way, because ultimately they were going to have to build a new parking lot for the old building as well. And so you were still going to run into, okay, we're adding 5,000 square feet, what round number of impervious surface. And so we have to accommodate for that. So I think under either scenario, it's going to go through sort of the normal process in Mason. And it's just going to be a matter of them meeting the standards of the drain commissioner's office.
Gotcha. And I feel like everything that I had questions about have been sufficiently answered. I appreciate that.
Other board members? Well, based on the special use permit criteria, I want to give our staff some direction so that they can bring this back at the next meeting.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that, and based on what we've seen and the criteria, I think it meets the requirements to grant the SUP.
I agree.
Anyone else? Any disagreement about that? Sounds like we'll be asking for a resolution to approve at our next meeting, please.
We will bring that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to our applicants for being present. Sorry for having you show up and not have to answer any questions, but I guess that's probably the ideal state for you. All right, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is now 13C, the personnel policy update. And we have Director Titoff with us tonight to walk us through Section 2, the meat and potatoes.
Good evening, Supervisor and Board. Hope you're doing well tonight.
So far, so good.
Yep,
Let's talk workplace safety.
that's right. Okay, so for that second part, how shall we tackle it? Do you want to start with questions? Anything that you've had, time to look at that you want to dig in that way?
Yeah, so at our last time around for the first section, we just sort of went page by page, section by section. I know that a number of us have taken sort of notes on the side, and we'll just say if anyone has any issues, we'll stop there and then we'll keep going.
Sounds great.
So we'll start, I guess, with page 19 in your packets, which is workplace safety, and we start with drug-free workplace. Any board members have any questions about the drug-free workplace section or issues? Okay, trustee Wilson.
Can I make a comment about paragraph 2? You state in the first sentence that illegal drug or alcohol, and then you sort of tack on this statement second statement in that paragraph, under Meridian Township prohibits all employees. This prohibition applies to marijuana. It's like hanging out there, and I'm not sure why it isn't incorporated into illegal drug or alcohol or marijuana. It seems like it's more logical to put those three things together.
I think we certainly could put it that way. We have been working on this with council, and I don't know if that may have been also for emphasis, just given the nature and the evolution of marijuana and how that's working out for employers and use generally. So I'm not opposed to checking on that to put together.
Board, are we comfortable with that change? Seeing nods, let's ask and see if we can make that happen.
Sure.
Anything else in this section? All right, seeing none, we move on. Page 20, employee assistance and drug-free awareness. Any discussion on that section? Trustee Trezise.
Just a question. Do we have an employee assistance program that would cover this?
Yes, we do have it in place.
I thought we did. I just
We sure do.
wasn't aware. Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else on that page? We struck through a bunch of items that I believe got reallocated elsewhere as I drove through the rest of it, so we'll see those again soon. Page 21, required drug and alcohol testing. Any issues, comments, or questions on the updated language here? Okay, from a policies perspective, I may follow up with some practical questions for you another time, but we'll save that since we're going pretty late here. Consequences for violation of drug-free policies. I appreciate adding the additional items to the title, so it's not just consequences. That's helpful. Any other comments on that? Seeing none. Confidentiality of drug test information. This is pretty standard legalese, I'm sure. All right, page 23, if we don't see anything there. Violence in the workplace.
Before we leave that, where do we move workplace bullying?
That has been reframed under the code of conduct, under professionalism and civility.
All right, thank you.
Getting at the same theme.
To move, thank you.
You're welcome.
Violence in the workplace. I think we can all agree we're opposed to that.
Yep.
Amen.
We're only expected to refrain.
Right. Okay. Safety, page 23 at the bottom. Everyone be safe while you work. Fill out your accident reports if you please.
Yes.
Seeing no shooting up hands on that one, we'll go to right to know. This is standard MIOSHA stuff and no changes. Smoke-free workplace, we are acknowledging that vaping exists and prohibiting that as well. I don't see anyone leaping to that one as either. All right, look at that. We made it through a whole section already. Page 25, workplace expectations, performance expectations, code of conduct. Trustee Wilson.
At the very bottom of the page, with the last paragraph, in addition, the township also maintains a code of conduct. The second sentence says, as well as to protect the rights of people. You should understand that the list below is for illustration purposes only. And there are other types of conduct that might jeopardize personal safety. So this list, it implies that this list are the things you're supposed to do. That paragraph needs to be reworked because it's very confusing. Did you read that?
Yes, I did see that, and I believe the missing sentence that adds the context that we're looking for can be found on page 26, because on page 26, it says that there's a list below of examples of unacceptable workplace behaviors, and then the list includes things like treat others with dignity and respect. So I believe that we've just swapped where they're supposed to be. So in fact, the list of unacceptable things is falsification of timekeeping
Right.
records.
Right.
And the code of conduct should refer to the treating people with dignity and respect.
Yeah.
So it's the paragraph
That makes
before the
sense.
list on page 25 and the two paragraphs before the list on page 26. We need to examine the language and make sure that we're referring to the correct list.
Great. Will do.
Yes, trustee Wilson.
Going on in this section, at the top of page 22, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th bullet, 5th and 6th, you talk about unauthorized use of telephone, mail system, internet, or computer works. Nowhere do I see in here the unauthorized use of credit cards, and we actually have had that situation. So I think you should add that in.
Okay, and just to emphasize that that goes along with our credit card and our purchasing policy, which where it's
Yes,
laid out more
I think that's
clearly.
really important to note that, because,
Unauthorized use of credit cards not in accordance with
yeah.
existing.
Credit card
Basically tying up township property, you got it.
Mhm.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Any other changes to that section? Page 25, and then on to 26. Seeing none. Professionalism and civility, at the bottom of page 26, we already mentioned the swapping of paragraphs. Any other changes to that? Okay, don't see anyone jumping at that either. Okay, very good. 27 is just the conclusion of that section. Trustee Wilson?
I'm sorry, I think I'm on 28.
All right, you gotta hold off then.
I'm sorry.
Nothing else on 27?
I'm sorry, 26, I knew I had put a note, it was on a different agenda. So I think it might be the same kind of concern that you two had with the other lists, excuse me for decorum. Although it is impossible to create an all-encompassing list of prohibited behavior, and then the list below is treating others with dignity and respect, so. was that
That's the section that needs to move up.
Swaps.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Examples, yep.
That's what we're moving.
Yep.
Okay. All right, then we're moving on to page 28, confidentiality, yes.
Confidentiality. In the center of the first paragraph, it says, confidential information will not be disclosed to external parties or other employees without a legitimate business reason. I think that could be subject to interpretation of what's a legitimate business reason. Maybe that needs to be clarified a little bit more.
Well, and I wonder if, does the next line help, that if an employee has questions about whether it is considered confidential,
Well,
whether to
yes.
disclose it?
That, it says confidential, but again, legal business reason, I think, needs to also be cited there in that sentence, in that last sentence, because I think it leaves it too wide open.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. I also, I was trying to figure out, and maybe Director Titoff, you can help me to understand the rationale for having the Human Resources Director be included as a checkpoint for whether something is confidential. There's a lot of instances where you may not know if information is confidential. Is that?
The supervisor is the first person they can go to.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Very
that's-
last
Yeah.
sentence.
Okay.
So there's, yeah, and so then we're covering it in all three. If we
Got
don't,
it.
if
So
we
one
can't
of
get it in
those
those
needs to
three,
move up.
right.
Someone
Okay,
should know.
got it, okay.
In that same sentence, I think we should say they should or are required to check with their, if they have questions, they are required to check with their supervisor, director, or the human services director.
I agree. It
Not
should
optional.
be a permission.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Very good. Any other changes in the confidentiality area? All right, media contacts. It's a relatively small paragraph. Okay, seeing none. Conflicts of interest.
Oh, one quick thing, if I may.
Yeah.
Please, thank you. We needed to update the communications manager,
Oh, yes.
that title.
Yep.
What does that mean?
We don't have a communications director, we have a communications
Oh,
manager.
that's good. Thank you.
And that's in a couple of places there.
Yep.
All right, conflicts of interest. I think that's pretty well laid out there. All right, page 29, motoring right along. Gifts and favors. Okay. Seeing no changes there. Yes, Treasurer DeShane.
Back to that gifts and favors. In order to influence their township decision-making, someone could take a gift and say, well, I didn't think this was going to influence me.
Yeah, it's kind of a narrow interpretation.
I'd rather say, from a person, firm, or cooperation, that could be construed as an attempt to influence their township decision-making. So we need to, we're leaving the whole decision of whether this is appropriate or not on the employee. I think we need a more objective thing to say something like that could be construed as an attempt to influence their decision-making.
I wonder if we could even strengthen it, because we did have a conversation at length about this whole concept, because, there are times where even a vendor may stop by and drop off cookies. And so where we draw the line on whether that's influential or not, I think, I agree with you. We can take that back and find something a little bit more affirming. And then if anyone receives, or if someone tries to give a gift, to give them the language to say, thank you so much, but we cannot accept that.
I got offered some car wash passes, and I said, that's really nice of you, but we don't take those gifts. At the counter, no less, No, people want to do nice for us because we have a lot of influence over them.
Right.
You got to be really careful of these things.
Right.
Can't do it.
You could, one of the areas you could say you cannot accept gift things, whatever, from anybody who has business before the township or with the township, or, what was the other one? Or any gift, whatever, that is delivered to you because you are a township employee.
Well, think of Christmas time, when vendors come in and bring us a plate of cookies or something
But
like
they're
that.
not giving it to you, they're giving it to the department.
You're fine, as long as it's not, we clarify.
Yeah, it needs to be some clarification, but it needs to be tightened up from what we had. And it was, we talked about it for a while.
Oh my gosh.
And never
Yeah,
did come up with
even,
something. I think we turned it over to the lawyers to come up with something.
right, and we just talked about that recently with council, and, even just talking about, gift cards, hard no, and, anything money, any favors, anything like that, and to make sure that that's just a thank you so much. We really appreciate your generosity, but we would have to decline it.
Give it to a charity.
So, yeah, I'd be glad to talk to him about it, just to see if we can rework it.
I'm curious, the interplay, because, we specifically call out elected officials as well in this. And obviously, we don't want to put ourselves above the law. But there is a candidate side of being an elected official where, donations are solicited from various people along the way. I mean, several people in this room have donated to, a number of our campaigns. And, how do you draw the line on that as well, right? I don't want to find ourselves in a position where everyone up here is running afoul of the personnel policy simply by having to run for office and do that. How does one differentiate that?
Right. Well, I think as far as, with this being that personnel manual and we're relating to employees.
Should we exclude elected officials then from that, if that's the case?
Yeah, I don't know that we do fall within that as an employee.
Right.
Well, I think this also spells it out for the employees that that we're all being held to the same standard and expectation. I know that there is some of that is covered in the board policy manual, and it's laid out very clearly, but sometimes it doesn't hurt to have it in the employment manual too, so that employees see it right there, that we are all in alignment, that we wouldn't accept a gift or a favor.
It hit me all of a sudden. It's like, oh boy, like 4 years from now, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, and let me tell
Anyone
you.
that lives in the township is not, affected by the decisions that we make. Like, we don't want to run ourselves, in that kind of, I don't know. It's esoteric because there's not a whole lot that could be done anyway, but I don't want to create something that we know for a fact that the people at this table are going to run afoul of, in terms of the campaigns. And that's my concern with it.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I think as far as it relates to the employees, just to give them the guidance to say, just, these scenarios are gonna happen, and we want to give you the right language and understanding to just know that that's really nice of people, and we would humbly not accept.
Well, I think let's see if the lawyers can't take another pass at this, and then, since this is one that is more than just a language tweak, perhaps we can bring it up into the memo for the last time around, so we can see what the change ended up becoming.
Glad to.
And then that way we can take a more directed approach at that paragraph, since that was something that's of some scrutiny.
So to make sure I'm understanding, you'd like also to have language that is inclusive of board members, or boards and commissioners generally, or keeping
I'd
it
say
separate?
raise it with the attorney and see what they feel is
Very good.
appropriate.
Will do.
Thank you.
And you can write it both ways and we can decide too.
Okay. All right, outside employment. Yes, trustee Lentz.
The second paragraph, I am trying to understand so the first sentence, which is about 2.5 lines long, and the second sentence, if I'm understanding the terms correct, it doesn't look like they have direct ties to each other. So any full-time employee desiring to participate in outside employment, written permission, and then the next one has to do with paid or unpaid leave of absence. Unless I'm misreading that, and I guess I would ask someone who worked, maybe the attorneys, does that first sentence, is that enough of a indication that there needs to be written permission? And if so, does that second sentence need to be listed as a separate paragraph? Because if that deals specifically with paid and unpaid leave, which, I guess I'm curious, does unpaid leave just mean me going, if I wanted to go work as a part-time ice cream salesman outside of that?
Sure.
Does this apply here to those two sentences?
It can, and I think it is a two-part thing. So you've got this first part that just clarifies that if you're going to have outside employment, so if you had something ongoing, if you have a job, you have a position here at the township that allows you to have, say you got a lawn mowing service or something, that it acknowledges that, please let us know about that, because it's relevant to our work, and we need to make sure that we're keeping them separate, and, workers' comp, benefits, all kinds of things like that to be.
Well, and just one other thing, and maybe you be able to answer this, so any full-time employee, does that not include seasonal full-time employees? I'm thinking about.
No.
No seasonal full-times, I don't think.
No.
Oh, there aren't, I'm sorry.
They say seasonal employee, elsewhere in here, it says seasonal employees do not get any benefits.
Okay, I wasn't sure if do we have seasonal folks who work full-time?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just temporary,
Okay,
and they're
so-
seasonal. So, they come in and they're doing a service for us over the summer, or maybe a
Right.
park ranger.
I was wondering if because full-time is written here, even
Yeah.
though they're seasonal above full-time, but they are full-time, if that created a sticky issue, but.
So are you asking to clarify that it's permanent part-time or permanent?
That would make sense.
I would
Maybe that we could do
imagine, yeah,
that.
I don't think it would ever come up, but a seasonal employee who does work full-time and then during the winter goes and does something else,
Exactly.
wouldn't they be technically in violation of this?
You got to look at the section you were talking about, paid or unpaid leave. That applies to someone who's on a disability. We're paying insurance benefits for them under FMLA or a leave policy, and if they're supposed to be unable to work, we're saying you can't work if we're continuing your benefits because you're unable to work.
I understand.
So that's focused on that, not, it's not the unpaid or paid, it just has where they are in sick leave and all that.
I understand. I would still say that those two sentences not seeming to need to be tied together, it might make sense to separate them more.
I think they do belong together, because the first sentence is about before you get that exterior or outside employment, and now you're an employee, and as a township employee, you shall not be allowed to engage in work during a specific time period you're off.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, FMLA or whatever.
So basically, if I'm a full-time employee, not the disability argument, but like, if I have 3 months of time off, and I say, I'm taking the summer off, I would have to tell everyone before I go, teach surfing lessons on the beaches of Maui, essentially.
If you left on the assumption that you would be returning to full-time employment as opposed to resigning and coming back.
Oh, I'm coming back. Tourists only last so long.
You'd have to talk to her.
Yeah.
Maybe you will, maybe you won't.
Just a heads up.
So I think that's the intent, is that you can't use your time off and then work another job, or be on disability and work another job.
Right.
Okay.
All right, anything else in the outside employment? Had some fun in that section. All right, attendance and punctuality. Please be on time. All right, attire and grooming.
I had one.
I love sections like this.
I
Yeah.
love sections like this too, where you're specifying clothing. But in the paragraph below it, I'm sorry, at the very end paragraph on page 30, the township permits employees to wear jewelry or display tattoos. I would contend that you also need to add body piercings.
Unless that falls under jewelry.
And not necessarily, depends on what you put in it. Body
We can
piercings.
specify that if
I
you'd
think you
like.
should. I think you should, because there's some really interesting stuff out there in body piercings lately. If you're gonna be that specific to say jewelry and tattoos.
Okay, thank you.
And that's in several places in that paragraph.
Okay, thanks, trustee Wilson.
Any other thoughts on this section? Okay. Yes.
Do you know where the list of unprofessional attire, like where those examples came from?
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out a way to bring it up. Thank you.
Well, some of it's just, we've had it in prior language, but then we also, again, with our policy review committee, we had talked it through, and then we had talked it over yet again with council. So those are things where we have landed, even as of our last visit with Chad and Lizzie at Fahey Schultz.
But I think your point is, Angela, how do you tell the employees? When I worked at a particular place, we did a little brochure of inappropriate clothing and just got it out to everybody so they knew exactly what we were talking about.
Is that what you were mentioning?
Not exactly. But I do agree with that is helpful to provide for employees. My concern is I just wanted to understand where we got these examples from, because primarily what's on this list is targeting, I would say, like a female demographic of people.
Good
And
point.
that's something to be concerned with.
Yeah, I mean, certainly sweatpants are not gender specific.
No.
But I agree that in looking at this, it felt like a very targeted list directed at women. And
So are we saying, just to clarify, instead of saying leggings, saying tight elastic pants, and just lump it in so that we're not saying specifically yoga pants or leggings, just describing what that means?
I would say ask the attorney.
Yeah, I would say that, because leggings there are professional leggings out there. I mean, there are legging jeans. That's just from a fashion perspective, but from technicality, I would ask the attorneys what to specifically use.
Okay, yep, and I think we did go back over this, so I'm happy to see if we can get some maybe modernized language, is I think what we're getting at.
Yeah.
There may be clothing that males customarily wear that would be inappropriate too, that
Right.
don't seem to make this
Right.
list.
I guess if we can find if we can find a way to, if not remove the gender-specific clothing, then at least provide a little more balance so that it's not all as one-sided as it currently feels, that would be helpful too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great input, I thank you.
Well, and, we've also let our employees be quite casual here, so.
Quite.
This is sort of a challenge just generally, because they now see that as a benefit, right? We've lowered the bar, and that's an accepted bar now that it's lower, and so we also need to think about what does this mean going forward in terms of enforcement and.
And you can always change your standards.
Yeah.
I expect that people aren't walking around in pajamas, right? Pajamas are.
They're not
something-
listed here.
They're not listed here. But there's a perfect genderless
Yeah.
thing to say.
So we could add that, yes.
Night clothes.
Right.
Night. Your hat and all.
I think my worry is if we keep having examples, I mean, you can find a bunch of things to add to this list. So finding the best language to include all of the unaccepted clothing guidelines, I think that would be helpful.
So get as specific as possible, sort of like getting into flip-flops and those types of things.
I mean, that should be on the list.
Flip-flop?
Wearing flip-flops.
Appropriate.
Oh, man.
Mara might not be letting the building anymore. Yes, trustee Lance.
Summer,
My
it's
question about that
flip-flops.
specifically would be with the park staff, like flip-flops and shorts are specifically listed here.
But we've seen shorts.
And it
Yeah.
does say, must be appropriate to the type of work being performed.
Yes.
So that's,
So generally, departments have specific policies related to that. For instance, inspectors in the summer, if it
Yes.
reaches a certain temperature out,
Yeah.
they're allowed to wear shorts, et cetera. And obviously, if you're in a dangerous work environment, you have to have the appropriate footgear, long pants, right? So there are going to be specific departmental requirements that will
If there's
supersede
some-
this largely for safety and, like extreme weather type thing.
Yeah, if there's something that supersedes the specifically listing shorts, for park staff was my example, like that's fine. I just, wouldn't want the seasonal full-time staff member who works at an ice cream shop that I was talking about not being able to wear shorts when he does work for us.
yeah.
We do have this casual Friday attire that applies to Monday through Friday.
Exactly.
It applies to Angela's staff that meets the public, my staff, and UB staff in particular. We see 90% of the people that come into the building. We should probably try and define what that is. Have we ever put it in writing? I don't think we have.
Not beyond what's been in the policy to date, so, which is a lot of the same language that you're seeing here, so.
It might be easier to define what is appropriate behavior than have a list of what is inappropriate.
Right. That might be easier.
I don't know.
General categories.
Yes.
Yeah, just adding on to that, I would say, I don't think, I'd be hesitant to want to include a policy restricting business casual or even casual attire that has been viewed as the norm here in the township, but I'm not opposed to it. I just don't see a need for that in here. I think we should focus more on what is viewed as unprofessional and unacceptable.
Right, yeah, so even, like as Dominic gets into the specifics and political messages and endorsements, like those are things that people are not going to be confused about. Should I put this on and wear this to work today? And I'm hearing what you're all saying. So if we can get more modernized language perhaps, get a little balanced, gender neutral type language, and the pajamas, probably a really good idea, given what we all wear out into the world, or some folks wear out into the world right now. That's a great idea too.
So we'll see some updated language next time.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Electronic communication and internet use, not a whole lot of changes here, but trustee Wilson.
At the bottom of page 31, the very last statement, internal and external emails are public records. Aren't texts also public
Yes.
records? I think we have to add the word texts, TEXTS.
Right.
Well, it may depend on what device we're talking about. So,
If you use your phone for
with
any
township.
business work, it's all
yeah, like a
open.
township phone.
No.
Or-
private
Oh, your
phone. If you
personal
use
phone.
it for business use, it's available under FOIA. All of
It
it.
is, well, but I think we
It
did
can
have,
be, you can be cleaned. I mean, you can go through it and cut out what isn't appropriate, but it is available under FOIA.
I just know
I
that
think-
that's the preferred method of communication for probably everybody sitting here. And it is subject to FOIA.
well, I'm wondering though, I think where we've gotten into this, when we've talked about it before, is the clarification part. So text in general, and then how to describe what we are talking about. Because not every text, not every person's text is
No, it's
going to
not.
apply.
But it can be something that has to be searched under FOIA to
If
see
it's-
if there's anything that is discoverable.
Business related.
Yeah.
Right, tied to the township. Well, and that, okay, point taken.
Clerk Demas?
Yeah, just adding on to that, anything that is subject to FOIA, I think that should be clarified here, even if it can be confusing. We do have a place to reference FOIA guidelines, so I think that would be helpful for township employees and everyone.
Yeah, and I do think too, we have, I do believe we refer to it in our IT policy, but I think we'll need to cross-check that.
Yeah.
So we'll address it.
If we do, maybe it can be its own paragraph, so we can be a little more circumspect instead of saying our public records, may be public records. And
May be subject to
May be
FOIA.
subject to FOIA, in a separate paragraph below the one in question.
Well, I think that's a good idea too, to emphasize, people to be mindful of what they're sending.
Yeah. Anything else on page 31? Seeing none. Page 32, right to monitor. Okay, seeing none. Solicitation, we've eliminated the inspection. That's just because we cover it with right to monitor essentially.
No, it comes, it's,
Oh, in the upper, I got you,
Yeah.
up above, yep. Okay, page 32 at the bottom, solicitation, distribution, and posting of materials. I think well, that's fine. Employee travel and reimbursement on page 33.
Before we go on,
Yes.
under L, solicitation, that, after the first paragraph, that except for protected labor relations activity stands out there. Where does that belong?
Maybe put a colon there.
Is that meant to be the heading for the area?
It-
it probably should
I think
be,
it's the header for this list.
Yeah.
So maybe a colon after activity.
if you move it over where provisions is
It
on the,
it
on
makes
the,
sense, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't fit well with the strikeouts. You're right. Thank you.
Did I explain it?
Yep.
Okay. All right, employee travel and reimbursement. Hey, this is great, because this lets me point out that the applicable IRS mileage reimbursement amount is right here in the personnel policy. We don't have to approve that every year.
Oh, good.
We've done that every year
Oh,
since I
that's
joined, and
right.
every year I asked, why can't we just make it policy? Turns out it already was. Fabulous. Use of township equipment, that's about as straightforward as you get. Township vehicles, don't see any changes in there actually, so we'll continue on. We're striking the energy efficient workplace. Why do we do that?
I think that in the last discussion that we had as a team, including council, that some of this is it's an expectation. It's just, it's implied, it's how we operate, it's what we do. And if we're not doing these things, we're doing it wrong. Some of these things also, relating to the computers, we probably need to work on that from the cybersecurity angle as well, making sure that your stuff is shut down and inaccessible.
I guess if it's something that's going to be an expectation, why wouldn't we include it in the manual, I guess would be my question.
Part of this too is that you largely have sections here in language that's somewhat enforceable. And this is just one of those areas that, my employee doesn't turn off their light every night. So that's a violation of the policy. So what do I do with that? Do you?
They forgot to
It's sort
unplug
of
the
that.
electric pencil sharpener.
I mean, yeah, it's like the good habit versus a more explicit, this is what you should be doing, right? It just gets a little awkward, so.
Employees are expected to use spell checker before they send an email, okay? But we don't want to be that.
You mean we can't enforce that? Okay, fair enough.
You can enforce it, but are you going to fire someone for failing to use spell check?
I have seen someone try.
Well,
In one particular case, an email, I'll tell you
Never
offline. Okay, leave of absences, time off, holiday pay, we've added our holidays, terrific. Any other questions on holidays? Yes.
Go ahead.
No, please, I just wanted to bring up.
I think it was the last sentence after the list and the one sentence, there's a paragraph that says, to qualify for holiday pay. The very last sentence of that ends with, except that holiday pay will not be paid to an employee who is on leave of absence of 1 week or more during which the holiday falls.
And I had a note in here as well to say unpaid leave.
Okay, that's better.
I think that.
It wasn't clear to me. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else in that area? Mr. Dempsey?
Well, so we had this issue recently with Good Friday holiday. And, all of the holidays, with the exception of Good Friday and then Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, are civil holidays typically. So there was some thought that, because of respecting other faiths, other belief systems, do we rename Good Friday to spring break holiday or something else? There was some discussion at the M team. I don't know that we delved into it deep enough to reach consensus, but I didn't know if we just want to leave this be for now and come back to it another time, but that was something that we did have some conversations around.
But it always ties to Easter, doesn't it?
The date, yes, because that would be a moving, that's a moving date.
And Passover's a moving day too, so I don't know.
April to March, and so.
Yeah, I don't think you can change that.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Unfortunately, a vestige of faith-based holidays past.
Yeah, I mean, again, if there's not a big, we can leave it be, and so, that's fine.
Yeah. Good. I don't know if there's a solution that allows you to move the holiday and also
rename it.
Yeah. What would you rename it? 2 days before Easter?
No, that's the whole point.
Exactly.
And isn't it in the union contracts specifically say Good Friday? So I think that would run into some issues if we change it here.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, well, if anyone has any brilliant strokes of genius on how we can rename those in such a way that makes sense, let us know, but for now, we'll leave it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or maybe make it a floating 4 hours holiday, but that's down the road. We can look at that.
You want to track that?
I'm hearing
With other
screams
things.
of managers everywhere.
Well, there are other parts to talk about why, even with ESTA and some of those implications, maybe that's for down the road a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, we're almost there, people.
Almost there.
Vacation. Most of this is going to be covered in the union contracts anyway. Personal leave. Nothing changes here. Sick leave, this is the updated text from ESTA, right?
That's right.
So we actually just saw this, so we're going to blow right through this, Pop Stan. Or maybe not.
Sorry, vacation benefit schedule. Can they accrue and use it the following year?
Yes.
Okay. Do we want to say that it's a rolling, it can be rolled over into the next year?
Sure.
Maybe you should say that. That's kind of important to people.
Yeah, I guess I assumed that was implied. Fair enough. All right, moving on. Bereavement leave. Nothing. Jury duty. Yeah, I've never seen a jury duty policy I like. That's
You're
just
right.
my editorial. I hate them all. Election leave. So this was actually the subject of some debate. Did we end up coming to a decision on, because I believe we allowed people to do this paid, did we not, in previous elections?
So I think this is talking at an external.
Not with the township.
Right, I
I wanna
think,
go
because
work for the city of
in fact,
Lansing.
the manager and I had a conversation about that recently too. Just how to incentivize and acknowledge when when an employee volunteers and serves
Okay,
in our elections.
all right, we'll leave the internal stuff off then for
They
now.
had a lot of people that were internal that worked the elections.
Right,
No, they're saying this
Right.
policy is exclusively to other communities. It doesn't read that way.
No, it doesn't.
It would, yeah, we need to make it more explicit.
yeah.
How is this different from other leave time? We call it election leave, but it sounds like any leave time, they have to give us notice for it. And what's the benefit of knowing they're going to work an election compared to just taking a
day off?
Taking a day off, yeah. I don't really see the point in this.
Well, I think because it has come up enough that it's been a question, and maybe, I think if you're saying that as it maybe doesn't necessarily have to be a separate layout, that it could be included under personal or vacation.
Yeah.
You could just say it that way, if they wanted to serve in another voting location. We can look at that.
So you're saying maybe instead of striking it, and finding a place within the vacation section to cover that instead?
Only just to acknowledge it, because it happens, it comes up and it's a
Yeah, yeah.
question, so it's nice to
Leave the
have
paragraph,
a
just
reasonable
move it-
expectation.
Move it up into
Yeah.
the vacation area,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yes.
I had a question about election leave. That last sentence, time engaged as an election official should be reported for like timekeeping records. Was there a reason why that was specific for being an election official? That we need to know that they were an election official?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Is there a separate coding if I go work in the city of Lansing for a day instead of?
No, that's off our radar. That's just you're using your time to go.
Okay, so I guess practically, if I'm an employee and I want to do this, I'm just taking a vacation day as I would any other way, any other use.
Or personal.
And I'm reporting it on my time card as time off.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
that, so yeah, that doesn't feel
Yeah.
necessary to include either if it's the same process that they otherwise would use.
Yeah, and we'll just have to circle back on the working in-house.
Internal.
Yes. Military leave of absence, not a whole lot changes there, except we had some interesting references to company, not township, that's fun. It's nice to borrow from your friends. Lactation and breastfeeding, nothing changed. And then the next two and a half pages are the paid parental leave policy, which obviously this board passed recently. Any issues with that or changes you want to see there?
Oh, sorry. I did have, and I'm still catching them up, I had some input that suggested that we move under lactation and breastfeeding to put their child to be consistent with the they, them.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, trustee Lenz.
For the paid parental leave, I'm sorry if.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm not seeing it, but I read through it twice, and are employees allowed to add earned vacation time on to the end of their paid parental leave?
So they're still eligible for the FMLA. And so
Okay.
all of the 12 weeks FMLA is applicable, and it runs concurrently with this paid parental. So, yeah.
Okay.
And under our FMLA, if they were to extend beyond this 4 weeks, they would have to use sick leave if that has to be used first.
First before
Can
they're
they use
unpaid.
vacation pay?
They have that option. They
Okay,
don't have
both
to.
sick or vacation?
It's sick first
Yes.
and vacation
If
if
they
they
choose.
exhaust sick
Yeah, okay.
Or unpaid, right?
or
And then
unpaid.
finally unpaid, yeah.
Yeah.
Trustee Sillman.
I just want to jump back a little bit to the lactation and just, it was many years ago, but I did, it was too funny because when I first started my job with the state, I literally had to go into a bathroom.
Oh, yeah, yeah, we've had folks who've had that.
So, and the only thing I can think of is 20 minutes might not be enough time. If a woman is breastfeeding and she needs to pump, 20 minutes, it might be more like 30 minutes. Then that's all I'm
And
bringing up.
I think that was standard, that was pulled from other policies.
Other policies.
But I'd be more than happy to check on that and see if we would want to
Yeah.
offer that extra time.
For me,
Glad to
it
check.
was, and I did just do 30 minutes when I ultimately, but 30 minutes is what I needed to
Well, and
express.
interestingly, nowadays, we can actually work while we're taking care of that business. Everything's
Yeah, the
amazing.
pumps are, I don't
It's-
know.
it's pretty
But maybe
impressive.
the pumps are more efficient. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll check on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on the paid parental leave? I think we did talk about revisiting this at some point a year after we adopted it, so that's gonna come up at some point here, but that's not tonight.
Nope.
All right, that brings us to the end of page 41, which is the end of the section that we said we were gonna look at today. So thank you, everybody. And then our intent is to bring this up one more time next meeting. And get through the third and final section.
Yeah, that's correct. And then our plan would be to take all the suggested edits, get those incorporated, and provide you back with a revised document that has those changes. We did have, our communications team went through to catch the their reference was one of those. But we have several others like that that have been incorporated. And then we've also had staff who have been approaching us as this is being discussed with some other things. So myself and the Human Resources Director, thank you. We'll work with our attorneys to review some of those too. So there might be a few other changes based on, again, employee feedback that we're getting. So, but yeah, our plan would be to present that final one afterwards for ultimate approval.
So that'll be at our first meeting in May, we think, probably?
Realistically.
Or second meeting in May?
Probably second, to give us enough time to incorporate all the changes and have a nice, clean document with appropriate headings that match page numbers, and go through with that. Especially given the decision timeline on the senior community center too.
What, you think we're gonna be busy?
I suspect that is the case.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Director Titoff. We appreciate the guided tour.
My pleasure. Thanks for your help.
Next up, and finally up, we have the Brownfield Policy Updates, Housing TIF Incentives. Director Clark has been exceedingly
So
patient. Thank you very much. Someone had to be last. I'm sorry it had to be you.
Tonight's my night. Okay, good evening. Really tall. All right, good evening, Board. With the direction from the Township Board at our March meeting regarding the potential for housing eligibility through the Brownfield Plan, we presented a draft policy, that is included in tonight's packet, to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority at their March meeting. We went over much of the details, but the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority would like the board to start weighing in on much of those changes before they get too far down the road. They were, in general, in approval of the foundational changes to the proposed policy plan. In the packet, it is our current approved high-level policy and procedures for any developer to access the incentives of the Brownfield program in Meridian Township. So it just presents what a developer has to do, what is the eligible activity, the definitions. In the proposed changes, we've updated the eligible activity definitions and added in two sections, two separate sections. 4C focuses on multifamily or for rent properties and what those requirements are to achieve approval for that incentive. And then 4D is for sale dwellings and what a developer must do in order to achieve that level of incentives. We've updated some additional things like the application and then fees potentially for the review and continued administration of the plan. Much of the required reporting falls to the developer as far as the policy is concerned, but there are some administrative things that we would have to do. We already have a requirement for the contribution to the revolving loan fund for the brownfields that stays the same, but the percent of the project cost, that may be a fee association that the township board may want to change. So the proposed changes are just specifically between 4C to include multifamily for rent properties at or below 120% area median income. All of the requirements to determine the but for, without this incentive, the project will not come, stays the same. And the process for reimbursement, the process for added interest, those all stay the same. So we're presenting these proposed changes to the board tonight for your input, for your additional changes, your questions, and hopefully adoption. That way we can create an application that would include these, an updated draft reimbursement agreement for any developer interested in applying to this program.
Trustee Trezise.
If I'm reading 4C correctly, it's paragraph 2. It says they have to have 20% of all dwelling unit types, studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, etc. So 20% of each individual group. So, or is it 20% of all?
20% of each individual group. What we're trying to do is make sure that the affordability units aren't in one building or look a certain way that they can be identified that makes the occupant feel awkward.
I do like that provision because it also ensures that if they're building a certain number of 2-bedroom apartments, that they have to make a certain number of available, and we aren't just dealing with studio apartments.
Correct. The way the state has created the delta between market rate and proposed affordability, if I were a developer, I would go after studio apartments for this for sure. We wanted to measure that we weren't getting all studio apartments as the affordable. We would like it to support larger families and so on.
Across section.
Across, yes, completely. Across the development.
I think it might help to reduce confusion that I think I had, and maybe Trustee Trezise also had, if we move in an approved plan before the parentheses there. That way, we're specifically saying it's any dwelling unit in this plan, and then list them, must be, 20%, right? Like, that was my confusion, because the in an approved plan came after the list. And it wasn't like, you have to have 20% of each of these types. I don't know, that was what had me a little confused as well.
I can add that.
Board members, any other questions? Yes, Treasurer DeShane.
We talk about the developer a lot in this project, and we know it's not a homeowner, but can we define a developer? Is that a developer of a multifamily housing development? Is that what we mean by developer?
We can define developer. We don't have a defined list with our policies and procedures. We do only in the single family say it cannot be an individual, so I can also put it cannot be an individual. I don't see generally too many individuals saying they're going to create a multifamily development, but we can specify that.
But someone could call himself a developer and attempt to basically do what a single family owner might do.
I did find that it was a little not confusing, but we trade off between saying developer shall and the developer shall. If we can clean that up
And
throughout the
a
document, or a
developer.
developer. If we could just clean that up throughout the document, that would be helpful too, just to help my sanity. Trustee Lentz?
Thank you. So on page 3, 4C, paragraph 4, am I reading it right that, so the township has no responsibility in any aspect of rental eligibility checks with the developer? So I'm thinking about, if they go through these channels here, which is working through the state, and the state determines they're not working towards that rental eligibility goal, does the state then tell us that there's an issue, or is the township not at all involved in that?
It's a good question. The developer shall provide to the Meridian Township Brownfield Authority those checks,
Okay.
the information and documentation, and that also has to be reported to MISTA. So they're reporting to 2 entities each year.
Am I not reading that, or am I? I'm sorry.
MTBRA
MTBRA
is
us.
Oh my
is
gosh.
Meridian Township
Thank you very
Brownfield.
much.
Not a problem, lots of acronyms.
The other question I have in that paragraph is documentation that is or would be provided to the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. Is it, or would it, or has it, or?
What's your tense?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say they have to submit it. It says they give us a document that is or would be.
Okay. We can
Yeah, I'm just.
say shall provide the documentation.
Or the documentation that has been submitted.
Yeah.
Initiative.
Has been feels like a much more,
Right, and then we can follow up. They have to do it annually because they have to submit it to us after it's been. And there may be a better way to do that or to write it, but this didn't seem to be as emphatic or as informative as I wished.
Okay.
what happens with projects where the developer does not stay engaged in the management of the parcel after the initial, the initial development of it? Right, because this is a 20-year project, the developer could move on and sell it to someone else.
Oh, sure.
Do they take on the responsibility of
Yes.
the income checks?
Brownfield reimbursement, brownfield plans and the reimbursement agreements can be assigned. So
But the reimbursement would go to the original developer?
No.
It would go to whoever assumes the,
it's whoever who assumes. So right now, there's a project that potentially could sell. They would notify the township. That new property owner would assume that brownfield plan and reimbursement. The deal between the two would have happened, so there would be some financial management between the two to cover that, and the new property owner would maintain that. So you are assigned, you're assigned the whole plan and reimbursement agreement, similar to American House Meridian when they took over the plan for what was Hudson Senior Living for that project.
Thank you. Treasurer DeShane?
MISTA also administers tax credit projects, Section 42, like Woodward Place and of course, Section 8. And they're very assiduous in the way they check those files. And if a developer doesn't meet the criteria for who they've moved in, that the developer can lose the entire tax credit for the lifetime of the project. Are they as thorough, do we know how thorough they are with these BRA projects?
Yes, so annual reporting requirements for the brownfield plan administratively from the township side will continue to happen. The new state report will include automatically the requirements to fill in housing redevelopment if you're receiving school operating taxes, as well as the developer has to submit that information to MISTA in order to continue to receive the reimbursements. So much like when generally every year we sit down with Treasury to identify to make sure each project has met the proper criteria. If they have not, then the reimbursements are not issued.
And are they checking every file for the 20% that are whatever the number is?
So that is our standard. We would have to check that.
We would have to check.
We would have to make sure the developer is proving that each year with their reporting. Yeah, that 20% comes to us. That's not a requirement through MISTA.
So we've got to check the 20% of those files to make sure that the verifications are correct, the income has been verified, that whatever the criteria is.
We're also verifying, yes, the information that they're sending to MISTA, that's also verified, yes.
That's a big task to take on.
We have included some additional fees and percent, in my opinion, and I think that is an appropriate percent to support the administration of that if the township then sees that we need to add another staff person or additional time from community planning in order to make sure that those things are verified. We also don't anticipate this to happen on every brownfield plan, so there's also that to help save us.
This is kind of the livelihood of management companies. They hire specialists, income qualification specialists who go through these files and verify it's all correct. There's more to it than it seems because they require certain types of verifications that are allowed and some aren't. So as long as you're fully aware that these are going to be a lot of work to verify, I'm okay with proceeding, but that it's not a small task.
The BRA has asked the same question. Do we believe that we have enough staff to accommodate the requirements for checking? Much like we use a consultant now to verify some of those intricacies of the plan that goes above staff's purview, I think we could also hire another consultant to help us to do the same thing.
Okay.
And the fees associated with the plan and the management then would be distributed to pay for that. So we would be at a net zero.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Anything else in the next section, section 4D? Since that is the other operative change.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand how that works.
4D?
Yeah, I can count apartments. I don't know.
So the benefit again goes to the developer, as
understand
Mitch
that.
just said. Using round numbers, taking a Copper Creek home, right, $350,000. If they're going to subsidize that for an income that would be 120%, now we're going to mark it down to maybe 225, 250. That $100,000 would be their potential development loss.
Mm-hmm.
That would be what they roll into their request for reimbursement over time. Now, that does get tricky because we've talked, what happens if they sell?
Right.
When do we allow a property to sell? We're trying to do affordability, but there's only so much power and control we can have over it. So that's why we have 4D3, which talks about our requirements for how long we would like to see an income qualified occupant in that home, and what happens if the income qualified occupant would like to sell. Would the board like that individual to sell to another income qualified person, even though the potential development loss is to the developer, right? So the next person, what is the sale price going to be? We do require the sale price to be lit for the information from the sale price to be presented to the township, that if there is a larger gap than what we feel like is appropriate, that they may have, that may have to come back to the township. So these are some details that we need to iron out.
I can see a situation where a developer does, as you said, instead of selling it for $350,000, he sells it for $250,000, so they qualify for this. And then the person that buys it sells it for $400,000 to someone who wouldn't qualify for this, and that's going to eliminate the brownfield reimbursement?
It would not. I mean, honestly, it would probably be an increase. So it would probably help us pay off faster because it would be a faster improvement. It would be a larger capture. So on one hand, we could pay off, we could get paid back for those improvements faster if the for sale price was larger. But if the goal is affordability, then we've lost that.
Yeah.
So that's, I'm trying to be.
That was my question about this. How do we make sure that the affordability continues? Deed restriction or something? I mean, I don't know.
We do, so MISTA requires the deed restriction for any of these properties, but it is our policy to determine how long that deed restriction is going to stay and what is the requirement. For the multifamily component, I've said for the duration of the plan. So you ask for 20 years, it's easy, right? The for sale component gets tricky. Do we tell a person who's income qualified, you can't sell this property before 10 years? There are different metrics. MISTA does 5. The Ingham County Land Bank does, I think, 7 to 10. People typically stay in a house for about 7 years. Feel like 10 seemed a little right. At the same time, if they're income qualified, let's say the occupants at a range of 50% of the area median income, they make $50,000, $60,000 a year. Do we deny them the opportunity to make money in the most convenient way to make money in America? So
I don't know.
I know. That's why I'm asking you. What would you prefer? I stuck to 10 years because 10 years for a family that gets a family into the school system, it gets them through a good school system for a while. And then if they were to sell, it seems like the market's probably in a little different of a place. Could be up, could be down. And depending on that, it might help another end user. And again, the way that MISTA's written this program, though the end users receive a benefit, the developer is really the one to receive the cost benefit up front.
I mean, essentially, you're giving a home at an affordable rate to someone with in this case, a 10-year balloon, but a good balloon, right? The best balloon. The balloon that says you can suddenly sell your house for twice as much as you bought it, or whatever, however the math works out.
Whatever the market may be in 10 years.
Sure.
Right.
Except the person that got it at a discount may get transferred out of the area.
Well,
And he doesn't have the money from selling his house or her house to buy a new house someplace else because of the restrictions on the sale price.
Yes, I guess it could go both ways.
So I don't know the answer, but I think 10 years may be a little long because of the more likely, or the possibility of moving, transfers. Nobody stays, other than me and Marna here, in the same place for 40 years anymore. So I don't know. It's a tough question to answer. And it may be that if we get some interest in this, we look at it and watch it, how it develops and what it does to someone, because we do want to encourage affordable housing, and I'm sure this does it.
I feel like the end goal for MISTA is units. They seem to be very particular about regions in the state lacking units, lacking qualified units. And this is a way to make sure that the developer is building qualified units that are seamless, that isn't an income restricted property like we've seen in the past. 4D3 has a restricted deed requirement, income restrictions, and a 10-year limit on that. And if you are to sell, it has to be to an income qualified person.
Okay.
Then, if they sell and there's a very large gap in that, which the developer will need, or the property owner will need to show appraisals, broker price, and make sure that they've sold it to an income qualified person by using the MISTA limits at that time and the agreements for the sale, then the township can say, this looks good, or the township can say, actually, you've made kind of an egregious error and this is not what we would like to see. So that's 4D6.
Well, I'm glad you have to follow this and not me.
Yes.
I do think it's a great program. It's just easier to administer in an apartment setting than it is in a single-family house. And so there'll be more challenges there. There may also be fewer takers.
Sure.
Treasurer DeShane.
I don't see anywhere addressed in this policy what happens if a person's income goes above the limit during the 10 years. What happens then? If they suddenly they're no longer income qualified, they're still living in the unit. What are the repercussions of that?
We do not have any specifications to that, and neither does MISTA. We can add that in if there was a particular request of the board.
I think we need to address it. If we're really talking about affordability, what do we do when the person after 1 or 2 years is no longer in need of that?
Yeah, we can monitor that in the apartment. We can't do it in the single-family
Single
home.
family home.
Not until the sale, right? Then we would know that. But if we're monitoring it in the multifamily, are you saying if they exceed an income of above 120% of the area median income, they should no longer live there?
Well, that's what happened, I think, in a tax credit property. I'm not sure what Mr.'s policy would be with this. I don't know.
I mean, the last thing the Meridian Township BRA wants to do is be the ones who say, sorry, you make too much, you're out of your single family
Taking
house,
someone's
right?
home, yeah.
It's a bad message.
Yeah,
That's
we
gonna
can't
be
do that.
tight. I have had the attorneys take a look at this, so I can ask. I can definitely ask.
Just once.
In direct response to that, I think, I would probably be the, poster child of that. When I moved here, I was making, very little money. Definitely would have qualified, and, in my time here have grown probably outside of that range, maybe right on the verge there. But considering the intention being, a home helps build wealth and long-term stability in a life, I would agree with the sentiment that's being expressed. That I wouldn't want to see something like that be taken from someone, because we know that people's prime earning years are going to take them from, or could potentially take them from being qualified to not qualified, and put them right back in a situation that they just spent 5 years getting out of, let's say. So that would be my opinion on the matter.
Yeah, frankly, it's what we want, right? We want people to be able to grow and better and find themselves into a different category. I noticed that we've skipped sections 7 through 9. Just a formatting thing, maybe? Or did we lose something important?
Oh, correct. You're right. Sorry, misnumbering.
Any other questions or issues here? Are we relatively comfortable with what we're seeing in that section? I know we've got a few changes yet to hear from the attorneys from.
I'd love to see this back on discussion at least once more. This is a pretty complex program, and we're going to get some answers, so I think it'd be useful to discuss it at least once more.
You feel okay with that?
Absolutely.
All right. Then we'll take our leave for tonight, and we'll see you back at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 14, comments from the public. Do we have any public wishing to make comments? No. Public comment is closed at 10:11 p.m. Other matters and board member comments. Any other matters and board member comments this evening? Seeing none, item.
I'm sorry, I did have one thing I forgot to bring up really quickly. So, Ingham County Broadband Task Force, they have endorsed about 6 or 7 different internet service providers. 2 of them have approached us for letters of support. So it was my inclination to provide letters of support with a caveat that we are not evaluating all the applications, that we simply support increased access to internet service in our community and rely upon the state, Michigan, high-speed internet office to deal with all the technical sides. But just as sort of a good faith effort to support, it was Frontier and the other one was Strategic Management or PFN Network. Not in the township currently, but they want to provide service in our community. So I don't know if there's any great angst over that, but if not, I'd be happy to write those letters.
Everyone feel pretty comfortable with that? Carry on. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other matters and board member comments? Seeing none brings us to item 16, adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Wilson, supported by trustee Lentz. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We stand adjourned at 10:12 p.m.